find it occasionally, but it does not seem to be found when I look in our things. So that's just something that we need
Would
to.
you say that again, please? I
That
didn't.
sometimes there's some problems with YouTube where our videos don't show up at sometimes for some people. And the most recent one from Thursday, I've sort of found it occasionally, but it doesn't show up under our Instant Shakespeare Company channel where we save all of these live streams to. So trying to get a better idea as to why it's doing that, and we'll figure about that. But as this is a long play, I do want to get started on this.
But one more important thing. Did you say I was Shadow? Because I don't see Shadow anywhere.
Shadow is just one of the recruits who's there when Shallow and Silence are having, like, Ralph Moldy, Thomas Ward, Simon Shadow. It's in that scene.
Okay. What's the other one you just gave me?
Slender. And I want to get started with the reading now, and you can look and figure it out as we're going on, because this is a long play, and so we need to get started with it. Are there any other sort of relevant questions before we begin?
My PDF doesn't have Slender. I'm sorry.
Okay, well then don't do it. Someone else will do it. Don't do it then. If it's too much for you, then don't do it.
I'm trying to
Welcome
find
to the
it.
Shakespeare Company. This is our 20th season of doing readings of all of Shakespeare's plays, and now we're doing them on Zoom. And so welcome. We do them on Saturday. We've been doing them Saturdays at the library, and we look forward to going back to Saturdays at the library whenever that will happen again. I mean, it's quite possible it might not happen this year. So until then, we're doing our readings on Zoom. And today we're doing the second part of Henry IV, and so this is part of the Henriad. This is one of Shakespeare's histories. As with the histories, there are a lot of characters in it, and so I mean, I'd send some people additional roles, and if they can jump in, then that is good. James, do you have a question? You're raising your hand. Do you want to talk? James, did you have something you wanted to talk about, or do you want to be promoted?
I was asking why the video wasn't on for the non-readers.
Well, because the way this is set, the video is, the way this is set up with a webinar, we have the panelists who are the readers, and then the attendees who watch it. If you want, do you want to participate as a reader? I could promote you
right now, but I'm just checking.
Yeah, no, that's just the way it works. I mean, the way it is that if we, it just sort of makes things a little easier, and it is possible if you're an attendee and then you really want to participate, we can promote you to panelist and give you a couple of little roles that people might be willing to give up.
Well, it'd be good for you, so this way you know that there are other people here. So in case somebody has to leave the read, somebody like to go to the restroom or something, then you would have somebody else take over.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could do that. We can have the chat. You can also do the Q&A, and as you see, you could raise your hand so that we could have any questions or things like that. But that's just basically the sort of webinar seminar setup, and it's like I do have the participant things listed so I can see if there's something with that that needs to be addressed. But
matter of fact, I should note that Queens libraries have told us that they may open about 6 to 8 branches, but only for checkout and return purposes only sometime during July. Is New York Public Library doing the same thing? Are they planning on that?
Yeah. I mean, that's what they've talked about, is like about, I think, 8 branches that they're going to open initially just for take up and drop off. And then their next priority is how to get the place safe so that, I mean, because it's also, the libraries are a great source of people using computers, to have people be able to come and use the computers, and how they're going to structure that with keeping people safe while doing that. So it's like, even talking about public events, doesn't even seem to be part of the discussion at this point, which is why I think it's a ways off. I mean, we're hoping, I mean, maybe by September things will be a lot better and that'll happen. But my tendency to think is that it's going to be probably at least a month before they announce when they'll open. And I suspect very strongly that in terms of, I mean, like as the theaters are closed, I don't even know if the Broadway really will open in September as we work things out. Jackie, do you have a question?
No, I was stretching my
canceled performances through the end of the year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't know. We'll just have to see. So I think we can talk about this more after the reading, but I do want to get going with this. So I'm just, unless there was anything else you wanted to ask, James, or?
Like I was saying, all Lincoln Center's constituents have just about canceled all their performances through the end of the year.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm wondering
if they've canceled the next one already.
Yeah. What I'm trying to do here in Jersey, I'm exploring the possibility of doing outdoor Shakespeare with masks. So to do it physically distanced, because I mean, that's the idea, is that when people are starting to have meetings, outdoor meetings are making a lot more sense than indoor meetings. And also even I know, I don't know how close they are yet, but I know in terms of various sort of religious groups are trying to set up ways to have sort of in-person, ceremonies where you're all outside. I mean, it's still going to be really weird trying to go back to church. I mean, the peace is always my favorite part of church, where you go and shake everybody's hands. And I don't know, we'll be back to that. It probably won't be for a while. But anyways, today we're here. Yeah, well, yeah.
Good luck, everyone.
There is a lot that's going to change about that. Yeah. Mary Lou, did you have a question or just?
No, I'm just saying, peace be with you, Pop.
Yeah, peace be with you. Namaste. All right. So I'm just going to mute you, James, and we'll get started. And we'll take a break in the middle, and we can talk some more then. But anyways, so again, just a reminder: when you're in the scene, turn on your video and unmute yourself. And when you're not in the scene, mute yourself and turn off your video. And so we are also broadcasting this on YouTube, I believe, and I don't know if we'll be able to find it later. But anyways, so here is the second part of Henry IV, containing his death and the coronation of Henry V. So there it is, just in the title, spoilers. So anyways, actus primus, scena prima, induction, enter rumor.
Ope your ears, for which of you will stop the vent of hearing when loud rumor speaks? I, from the Orient to the drooping west, making the wind my post-horse, still unfold the acts commenced on this ball of earth. Upon my tongue continual slanders ride, the which in every language I pronounce, stuffing the ears of them with false reports. I speak of peace, while covert enmity under the smile of safety wounds the world. And who but rumor, who but only I make fearful musters and prepare a defense, whilst the big year, swollen with some other griefs, is thought with child by the stern tyrant war, and no such matter. Rumor is a pipe blown by surmises, jealousies, conjectures, and of so easy and so plain a stop, that the blunt monster with uncounted heads, the still discordant, wavering multitude, can play upon it. But what need I thus my well-known body to anatomize among my household? Why, is rumor here? I run before King Harry's victory, who in a bloody field by Shrewsbury hath beaten down young Hotspur and his troops, quenching the flame of bold rebellion, even with the rebels' blood. But what mean I to speak so true at first? My office is the noise abroad that Harry Monmouth fell under the wrath of noble Hotspur's sword, and that the king, before the Douglases' rage, stooped his anointed head as low as death. This have I rumored through the peasant towns, between the royal field of Shrewsbury and this worm-eaten hole of ragged stone, where Hotspur's father, old Northumberland, lies crafty sick. The posts come tiring on, and not a man of them brings other news than they have learned of me. From rumor's tongue they bring smooth comforts false, worse than true wrong.
Exit Scena Secunda. Enter Lord Bardolph and the porter.
Who keeps the gate here? Ho! Where's the Earl?
What shall I say you are?
Tell thou the Earl that the Lord Bardolph doth attend him here.
His lordship has walked forth into the orchard. Please it your honour, knock but at the gate, and he himself will answer.
Here comes the Earl.
What news, Lord Bardolph? Every minute now should be the father of some stratagem. The times are wild. Contention, like a horse full of high leadings, madly hath broke loose, and bears down all before him.
Noble Earl, I bring you certain news from Shrewsbury.
Good, and heaven will.
As good as heart can wish. The king is almost wounded to the death, and in the fortune of my lord your son, Prince Harry, slain outright, and both the Blunts killed by the hand of Douglas. Yon Prince John and Westmoreland and Stafford fled the field, and Harry Monmouth's brawn, the hulk Sir John, is prisoner to your son. Oh, such a day, so fought, so followed, and so timely one came not till now to dignify the time since Caesar's fortunes.
Oh, now how is this derived? Saw you the field? Came you from Shrewsbury?
I spake with one, my lord, that came from hence, a gentleman well bred and of good name, that freely rendered me these news for true.
Here comes my servant Travers, whom I sent on Tuesday last to hasten after the news.
My lord, I overrode him on the way, and he is furnished with no certainties more than he haply may retail from me.
Now, Travers, what good tidings comes from you?
Come from you.
My lord, Sir John Umferville turned me back with joyful tidings, and being better horsed outrod me. After him came spurring ahead a gentleman, almost forespent with speed, that stopped by me to breathe his bloodied horse. He asked the way to Chester, and of him I did demand what news from Shrewsbury. He told me that rebellion had ill luck, and that young Harry Percy's spur was cold. With that, he gave his able horse the lead, and bending forward, struck his able heels against the panting sides of his poor jade up to the rowel head. And starting so, he seemed running to devour the way, staying no longer question.
Ha! Again? Said he young?
Ah, again.
Percy's
Harry's spur was cold.
Hot
Mary
spur,
Lou.
old spur?
Mary Lou,
That
you-
rebellion had met ill luck?
Pause, please. Mary Lou, I just want you're Westmoreland, not Northumberland.
Oh, I'm
Eleanor
so
is
sorry.
Northumberland, so sorry to interrupt you, Eleanor. Please continue.
I'm so-
Again? Said he young Harry Percy's spur was cold? Of hot spur? Cold spur? That rebellion had met ill luck.
My lord, I'll tell you what, if my young lord your son hath not the day, upon mine honor, for a silken point I'll give my barony. Never talk of it.
Why should the gentleman that rode by Travers give then such instances of loss?
Who, he? He was some hilding fellow that had stolen the horse he rode on, and upon my life, speak at adventure. Look, here comes more news.
Morton, we don't have a Morton.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Yea, this man brow, like to a title leaf, foretells the nature of a tragic volume. So looks the strong when the imperious flood hath left a witness usurpation. Say, Morton, didst thou come from Shrewsbury?
I ran from Shrewsbury, my noble lord, where hateful death put on his ugliest mask to fright our party.
How doth my son and brother? Thou tremblest, and the whiteness of thy cheek is apter than thy tongue to tell thy errand. Even such a man, so faint, so spiritless, so dull, so dead in look, so woebegone, drew Priam's curtain in the dead of night. I would have told him half his Troy was burned, but Priam found the fire ere he his tongue, and I my Percy's death ere thou report'st it. This thou wouldst say, your son did thus and thus, your brother thus. So fought the noble Douglas, stopping my greedy ear with their bold deeds. But in the end, this stopped mine ear indeed. Thou hast a sigh to blow away this praise, ending with brother, son, and all are dead.
Douglas is living, and your brother yet. But for my lord, your son.
Why, he is dead. See what a ready tongue suspicion hath. He that but fears the thing he would not know hath by instinct knowledge from others' eyes that what he feared is chanced. Yet speak, Morton, tell thou thy earl his divination lies, and I will take it as a sweet disgrace and make thee rich for doing me such wrong.
You are too great to be by me gainsaid. Your spirit is too true, your fears too certain.
Yet for all this, say not that Percy's dead. I see a strange confession in thine eye. Thou shakest thy head and hold'st it fear or sin to speak a truth. If he be slain, say so. The tongue offends not that reports his death. And since he doth sin that doth belie the dead, not he which says the dead is not alive. Yet the first bringer of unwelcome news hath but a loosing office, and his tongue sounds ever after as a sullen bell, remembered tolling a departing friend.
I cannot think, my lord, your son is dead.
I am sorry I should force you to believe that which I would to heaven I had not seen. But these mine eyes saw him in bloody state, rendering faint quittance, wearied and outbreathed, to Henry Monmouth, whose sweet wrath beat down the never-daunted Percy to the earth, from whence with life he nevermore sprung up. In few, his death, whose spirit lent a fire even to the dullest peasant in his camp, being bruited once, took fire and heat away from the best-tempered courage in his troops. For from his metal was his party steeled, which once in him abated, all the rest turned on themselves, like dull and heavy lead. And as the thing that's heavy in itself upon enforcement flies with greatest speed, so did our men, heavy in Hotspur's loss, lend to this weight such lightness with their fear, that arrows fled not swifter toward their aim. Then did our soldiers, aiming at their safety, fly from the field. Then was that noble Worcester too soon ta'en prisoner, and that furious Scot, the bloody Douglas, whose well-labouring sword had 3 times slain the appearance of the king, gan veil his stomach, and did grace the shame of those that turned their backs, and in his flight, stumbling in fear, was took. The sum of all is that the king hath won, and hath sent out a speedy power to encounter you, my lord, under the conduct of young Lancaster and Westmoreland. This is the news at full.
For this I shall have time enough to mourn. In poison there is physic, and this news having been well, that would have made me sick, being sick, have in some measure made me well. And as the wretch whose fever weakened joints like strength faithless hinges buckle under life. Impatient of his fit, rakes like a fire out of his keeper's arms. Even so, my limbs, weakened with grief, being now enraged with grief, are thrice themselves. Hence, therefore, thou nice crutch, a scaly gauntlet now, with joints of steel, must glove this hand. And thence, thou sickly coif, thou art a guard too wanton for the head which princes flushed with conquest aim to hit. Now bind my brows with iron, and approach the ragged hour that time and spite dare bring to frown upon the enraged Northumberland. Let heaven kiss earth. Now let not nature's hand keep the wild flood confined. Let order die, and let the world no longer be a stage to feed contention in a lingering act. But let one spirit of the firstborn Cain reign in all bosoms, that each heart being set on bloody courses, the rude seed may end, and darkness be the barrier of the dead.
The Earl, divorce not wisdom from your honor.
The lives of all your loving complices lean on your health, the which, if you give o'er to stormy passion, must perforce decay. You cast the event of war, my noble lord, and summed the accompt of chance before you said, let us make head. It was your presurmise that in the dole of blows your son might drop. You knew he walked o'er perils, on an edge more likely to fall in than to get o'er. You were advised his flesh was capable of wounds and scars, and that his forward spirit would lift him where most trait of danger ranged. Yet did you say, go forth, and none of this, though strongly apprehended, could restrain the stillborn action. What then hath befallen? Or what hath this bold enterprise bring forth more than that being which was like to be?
All that are engaged in this loss knew that we ventured on such dangerous seas, that if we wrought out life was 10 to 1. And yet we ventured for the gain proposed, cloaked the respective likely peril feared. And since we are all set, venture again. Come, we will all put forth body and goods.
'Tis more than time. And my most noble lord, I hear for certain, and do speak the truth. The gentle Archbishop of York is up with well-appointed powers. He is a man who with a double surety binds his followers. My lord your son had only the corpses, but shadows and shows of men to fight. For that same word rebellion did divide the action of their bodies from their souls, and they did fight with queasiness, constrained as men drink potions, that their weapons only seemed on our side. But for their spirits and souls, this word rebellion, it had froze them up as fish are in a pond. But now the bishop turns insurrection to religion. Supposed sincere and holy in his thoughts, he's followed both with body and with mind, and doth enlarge his rising with the blood of fair King Richard, scraped from Pomfret's stones, derives from heaven his quarrel and his cause, tells them he doth bestride a bleeding land, gasping for life under great Bolingbroke, and more or less do flock to follow him.
I knew of this before, but to speak truth, this present grief had wiped it from my mind. Go in with me in council, every man the aptest way for safety and revenge. Get posts and letters, and make friends with speed. Never so few, nor never yet more need.
Exeunt. Scene tertia. Enter Falstaff and Page. Sirrah, you giant, what says the doctor to my water?
It says, sir, the water itself is a good, healthy water, but for the party that owed it, you might have more diseases than you knew for.
Men of all sorts take a pride to gird at me. The brain of this foolish compounded clay man is not able to invent anything that tends to laughter more than I invent or is invented on me. I am not only witty in myself, but the cause that wit is in other men. I do here walk before thee like a sow that hath overwhelmed all her litter but one. If the prince put thee into my service for any other reason than to set me off, why, then I have no judgment, thou whoreson mandrake. Thou art fitter to be worn in my cap than to wait at my heels. I was never manned with an agate till now, but I will set you neither in gold nor silver, but in vile apparel, and send you back to your master for a jewel. The juvenile, the prince your master, whose chin is not yet fledged, I will sooner have a beard grow in the palm of my hand than he shall get one on his cheek. Yet he will not stick to say his face is a face royal. Heaven may finish it when he will. It is not a hair amiss yet. He may keep it still at a face royal, for a barber shall never earn sixpence out of it, and yet he will be crowing as if he had writ man ever since his father was a bachelor. He may keep his own grace, but he is almost out of mine, I can assure him. What said Master Dumbledon about the satin for my short cloak and slops?
He said, sir, you should procure him better assurance than Bardolph. He would not take his bond and yours, he like not the security.
Let him be damned like the glutton. May his tongue be hotter a whoreson Achedopol, a rascally, yea, forsooth knave, to bear a gentleman in hand, and then stand upon security? The whoreson smooth-paced do now wear nothing but high shoes and bunches of keys at their girdles, and if a man is through with them in honest talk taking up, then they must stand upon security. I had as lief they would put ratsbane in my mouth as offer to stop it with security. I looked he should have sent me 22 yards of satin, as I am a true knight, and he sends me security? Well, he may sleep in security, for he hath the horn of abundance, and the lightness of his wife shines through him, and yet cannot he see, though he have his own lantern to light him. Where's Bardolph?
He's gone into Smithfield to buy your worship a horse.
I bought him in Paul's, and he'll buy me a horse in Smithfield. If I could get me a wife in the stews, I were manned, horsed, and wived. Enter Chief.
Sir, here comes the nobleman that committed the prince for striking him about Bardolph.
Wait close, I will not see him.
What? Who goes there? He that goes there.
Falstaff, please your worship.
He that was in question for the robbery?
He, my lord, but he has since done good service in Shrewsbury, and as I hear, is now going with some charge to the Lord John of Lancaster.
What? To York? Call him back again.
Sir John Falstaff.
Boy, tell him I am deaf.
You must speak louder, my master is deaf.
I'm sure he is. To the hearing of anything good, go pluck him by the elbow. I must speak with him.
Sir John?
What? A young knave and beg? Is there not wars? Is there not employment? Doth not the king lack subjects? Do not the rebels want soldiers? Though it be a shame to be on any side but one, it is a worse shame to beg than to be on the worst side, were it worse than the name of rebellion can tell how to make it.
You mistake me, sir.
Why, sir? Did I say you were an honest man? Setting my knighthood and my soldiership aside, I had lied in my throat if I had said so.
I pray you, sir, then set your knighthood and your soldiership aside and give me leave to tell you. You lie in your throat if you say I am any other than an honest man.
I give thee leave to tell me so. I lay aside that which grows to me. If thou getst any leave of me, hang me. If thou takest leave, thou wert better be hanged. You hunt counter, hence, avaunt!
Sir, my lord would speak with you.
Sir John Falstaff, a word with you.
Oh, my good lord! Give your lordship good time of the day. I am glad to see your lordship abroad. I heard say your lordship was sick. I hope your lordship goes abroad by advice. Your lordship, though not clean past your youth, hath yet some smack of age in you, some relish of the saltness of time, and I must humbly beseech your lordship to have a reverent care of your health.
Sir John, I sent you before your expedition to Shrewsbury.
If it please your lordship, I hear his majesty has returned with some discomfort from Wales.
I talk not of his majesty. You would not come when I sent for you.
And I hear, moreover, his highness has fallen into this same horse and apoplexy.
Well, heathen, mend him. I pray you me speak with you.
This apoplexy is, as I take it, a kind of lethargy, a sleeping of the blood, a hoarse and tingling.
What tell me of this? Be it as it is.
It hath original from much grief, from study and perturbation of the brain. I have read the cause of his effects in Galen. It is a kind of deafness.
I think you are fain into the disease, for you hear not what I say to you.
Oh, very well, my lord, very well, rather, and it please you. It is the disease of not listening, the malady of not marking that I am troubled withal.
To punish you by the heels would amend the attention of your ears, and I care not if I be your physician.
I am as poor as Job, my lord, but not so patient. Your lordship may minister the potion of imprisonment to me in respect of poverty, but how I should be your patient to follow your prescriptions, the wise may make some dram of scruple, or indeed a scruple itself.
I sent for you when there were matters against you for your life, to come and speak with me.
As I was then advised by my learned counsel in the laws of this land service, I did not come.
Well, the truth is, Sir John, you live in great infamy.
Well, he that buckles him in my belt cannot live in less.
Your means is very slender, your waist great.
I would it were otherwise. I would my means were greater and my waist slenderer.
Now you have misled the youthful prince.
The young prince hath misled me. I am the fellow with the great belly, and he my dog.
Well, I am loath to gall this new-healed wound. Your daisy service at Shrewsbury hath little gilded over your night's exploit in Gad's Hill. You may thank the vanquished time for your quiet or posting that action.
My lord?
But since all is well, keep it so. Wake not the sleeping wolf.
To wake a wolf is as bad as to smell a fox.
What? You are as a candle, the better part burnt out.
A wassail candle, my lord, all tallow. If I did say of wax, my growth would approve the truth.
There is not a white hair on your face, but should have an effect of gravity.
His effect of gravy, gravy, gravy.
You follow the young prince up and down like his evil angel.
Oh, not so, my lord. Your ill angel is light. But I hope he that looks upon me will take me without weighing. And yet in some respects I grant I cannot go. I cannot tell. Virtue is of so little regard in these costermongers that true valor is turned beerhead. Pregnancy is made a tapster, and hath his quick wit wasted in giving reckonings. All the other gifts appurtenant to a man, as the malice of this age shapes them, are not worth a gooseberry. You that are old, consider not the capacity of us that are young. You measure the heat of your livers with the bitterness of your galls, and we that are in the voward of our youth, I must confess, are wags too.
Do you set down your name in the scrolls of youth that are written down old with all the characters of age? Have you not a moist eye, a dry hand, a yellow cheek, a white beard, a decreasing leg, and an increasing belly? Is not your voice broken, your wind short, your wit single, and every part about you blasted with antiquity? And you would call yourself young? Fie, fie. I, Sir John.
My lord, I was born with a white head and something around belly. For my voice, I lost it with hallowing and singing of anthems. To approve my youth, father, I will not. The truth is, I am only old in judgment and understanding, and he that will caper with me for 1,000 marks, let him lend me the money and have at him. For the box of the ear that the prince gave you, he gave it like a rude prince, and you took it like a sensible lord. I have checked him for it, and the young lion repents. Marry, not in ashes and sackcloth, but in new silk and old sack.
Well, heaven send the prince a better companion.
Ah, heaven send the companion a better prince. I cannot rid my hands of him.
Well, the king hath answered you, and the Prince Harry. I hear you are going with the Lord John of Lancaster against the Archbishop and the Lord of Northumberland.
Yes, I thank your pretty sweet wit for it. But look you, pray, all you that kiss my lady peace at home, that our armies join not in a hot day. For if I take but 2 shirts out with me, and I mean not to sweat extraordinarily, if it be a hot day, I brandish anything but my bottle. Would I might never spit white again. There is not a dangerous action can peep out his head, but I am thrust upon it. Well, I cannot last ever.
Well, be honest, and heaven bless your expedition.
Oh, will your lordship lend me £1,000 to furnish me forth?
Not a penny, not a penny. You are too impatient to bear crosses. Fare you well. Commend me to my cousin Westmoreland.
If I do, fill me with a 3-man beetle. A man can no more separate age and covetousness than he can part young limbs and lechery. But the gout galls the one and the pox pinches the other, and so both the degrees prevent my curses. Boy?
Sir?
What money is in my purse?
7 groats and 2 pence.
I can get no remedy against this consumption of the purse. Borrowing only lingers and lingers it out, but the disease is incurable. Oh, go bear this letter to my Lord of Lancaster, this to the Prince, and this to the Earl of Westmoreland, and this to old Mistress Ursula, whom I have weakly sworn to marry since I perceived the first white hair on my chin. About it, you know where to find me. Ah, a pox of this gout, or a gout of this pox, for the one or the other plays the rogue with my great toe. It is no matter. If I do halt, I have the wars for my colour, and my pension shall seem the more reasonable. A good wit will make use of anything. I will turn diseases to commodity. Exeunt. Sine quarta. Enter Archbishop Hastings, Mowbray, and Lord Bardolph.
Thus have you heard our causes, and know our means, and my most noble friends, I pray you all speak plainly your opinions of our hopes. And first, Lord Marshal, what say you to it?
I well allow the occasion of our arms, but gladly would be better satisfied how in our means we should advance ourselves to look with forehead bold and big enough upon the power and puissance of the king.
Hastings.
Hastings?
Gideon, that's you, Hastings? Are you there? Hastings? Gideon?
Under my name, it says Petro.
Well, it's Pito, but there are other roles as well. Could you just read Hastings here? We're on page 24.
Yeah, I see where we are. Okay. Our present muster grows upon the file to 25,000 men of choice, and to our supplies live largely in the hope of great Northumberland, whose bosom burns with an incest fire of injury.
The question then, Lord Hastings, standeth thus: whether our present 25,000 may uphold head without Northumberland.
With him we may.
I marry, there's the point. But if without him we be thought too feeble, my judgment is we should not step too far till we had his assistance by the hand. For in a theater so bloody faced as this, conjecture, expectation, and surmise of aids uncertain should not be admitted.
'Tis very true, Lord Bardolph, for indeed it was young Hotspur's case at Shrewsbury.
It was my lord who lined himself with hope, eating in the air on promise of supply, flattering himself with project of a power much smaller than the smallest of his thoughts, and so with great imagination, proper to madmen, led his powers to death, and winking leaped into destruction.
But by your leave, it never did hurt to lay down likely foods and forms of hope.
Yes, if this present quality of war, indeed the instant action, a cause on foot, lives so in hope. As in early spring we see the appearing buds which to prove fruit, hope gives not so much warrant as despair, that frost will bite them. When we mean to build, we first survey the plot, then draw the model, and then we see the figure of the house. Then must we wait the cause of the erection, which if we find outweighs ability, what do we then? But draw anew the model in fewer offices, or at least desist to build it all. Much more in this great work, which is almost to pluck a kingdom down and set another up, should we survey the plot of situation and the model consent upon a sure foundation. Question surveyors, know our own estate, how able such a work to undergo to weigh against his opposite. Or else we fortify in paper and in figures, using the names of men instead of men, like one that draws the model of a house beyond his power to build it, who halfway through gives o'er and leaves his part created cost and naked subject to the weeping clouds, and waste for churlish winter's tyranny.
Grant that our hopes, yet likely of fair birth, should be stillborn, and that we now possess the utmost man of exhortation. I think we are a body strong enough, even as we are, to equal with the king.
What is the king but 25,000?
To us no more. Not so much, Lord Bardolph, for his divisions are in three heads: one power against the French, one against Glendor, preference a third must take up us, so is the unfirm king in three divided, and his coffer sound, with hollow poverty and emptiness.
That he should draw his several strengths together and come against us in full puissance need not be dreaded.
If he should do so, he leaves his back unarmed, the French and Welsh baying at him at the heels. Never fear that.
Who is it like should lead his forces hither?
The Duke of Lancaster and Westmoreland against the Welsh himself and Harry Monmouth, but who is substituted against the French? I have no certain notice.
Let us on, and publish the occasion of our arms. The Commonwealth is sick of their own choice. Their over greedy love hath surfeited an habitation giddy and unsure hath he that buildeth on the vulgar heart. O thou fond many, with what loud applause didst thou beat heaven with blessed Bolingbroke before he was what thou wouldst have him be, and being now trimmed in thine own desires, thou beastly feeder art so full of him that thou provokest thyself to cast him up. So, thou common dog, didst thou disgorge thy glutton bosom of the royal Richard, and now thou wouldst eat thy dead vomit up, and howst to find it. What trust is in these times? They that when Richard lived would have him die, are now become enamored on his grave. Thou that threw'st dust on his goodly head when through proud London he came sighing on after the admired heels of Bolingbroke, Christ's now, O earth, yield us that king again, and take thou this, O thoughts of men accursed. past, and to come seems best, things present worst.
Shall we go draw our numbers and set on?
We are time subject, and time bids be gone.
Actus secundus scena prima. Enter hostess with 2 officers, Fang and Snare.
Mr. Fang, have you answered the action?
It is answered.
Where's your yeoman? Is it a lost yeoman? Will you stand to it?
Sirrah, where's Snare?
Aye, good Mr. Snare.
Here, here.
Snare, we must arrest Sir John Falstaff.
Aye, good Mr. Snare. I have entered him and all.
It may cost some of us our lives. He will stab.
Alas the day, take heed of him. He stabbed me in mine own house, and that most beastly. He cares not what mischief he doth, if his weapon be out. He will foil like any devil. He will spare neither man, woman, nor child.
If I can close with him, I care not for his thrust.
No, I neither. I'll be at your elbow.
I but fist him once, if he come but within my vice.
I am undone with his going. I warrant he is an infinite thing upon my score. Good Mr. Fang, hold him sure. Good Mr. Snare, let him not scape. He comes constantly to Pike Corner, saving your manhood, to buy a saddle and is indicted to dinner to the lover's head in Lombard Street, to Master Smooth, the silkman. I pray you, since my Exion is entered, my case so openly known to the world, let him be brought into his answer. 100 mark is a long one for a poor lone woman to bear, and I have borne and borne and borne, and I've been flubbed off and fubbed off from this day to that day, that it is a shame to be thought, and there's no honesty in such dealing, unless a woman should be made an ass and a beast to bear every night's wrong.
Enter Falstaff.
Yonder he comes, and that errant Malmosey knows Mardolph with him. Do your offices, Mr. Fang and Mrs. Her, do me, your offices.
How now? Whose mare's dead? What's the matter?
Sir John, I arrest you at the suit of Mistress Quickly.
Away, varlets! Draw, Bardolph! Cut me off the villain's head! Throw the queen in the channel!
Throw me in the channel! I'll throw thee there, wilt thou, thou bastardly rogue! Murder, thou honeysuckle villain! Wilt thou kill gods of officers and the kings? Oh, thou honeyseed rogue! Thou art a honeyseed, a man queller, and a woman queller!
Keep them off, Bardolph!
Arrest you!
Good people bring a rescue. Thou wilt not? Do thou rogue, do thou hempsy.
Away, you scullion, you rampellion, you fustelarian! I'll tuck your catastrophe! Enter Chief Justice.
What's the matter here? Keep the peace here, ho!
Oh, good my lord, be good to me. I beseech you, stand to me.
Why, how now, Sir John? What are you brawling here? Doth this become your place, your time and business? You should have been well on your way to York. Stand for him, fellow, wherefore hangs upon him.
Oh, my most worshipful lord, and it please your grace, I am a poor widow of Eastcheap, and he is arrested at my suit.
For what, sir, summon?
It is more than for some, my lord. It is for all I have. He has eaten me out of my house and home. He has put all my substance into that fat belly of his. But I will have some of it out again, or I will ride the nights like the mare.
I think I am as like to ride the mare if I have any advantage of ground to get up.
How comes this, Sir John? Fie, what a man of good temper would endure this tempest of exclamation? Are you not ashamed to enforce a poor widow to so rough a course? To come by her own?
What is the gross sum that I owe thee?
Marry, If thou wert an honest man, thyself in the money too, thou didst swear to me upon apostle gilt goblet, sitting in my dolphin chamber at the round table, by a sea coal fire on Wednesday in Whitsun week, when the prince broke thy head for liking him to a singling man of Windsor. Thou didst swear to me then, as I was washing thy wound, to marry me and make me my lady thy wife. Canst thou deny it? Did thy good wife catch the butcher's wife come in then and call me gossip quickly, coming in to borrow a mess of vinegar, telling us she had a good dish of horns, whereby thou didst desire to eat some, whereby I told thee they were ill for a green wound, and didst not thou, when she was gone downstairs, desire me to no more familiar with such poor people, saying that ere long they should call me madam, and didst thou not kiss me and bid me fetch thee 30 shillings? I put thee now to thy book oath. Deny it if thou canst.
My lord, this is a poor mad soul. And she says up and down that her eldest son is like you. She hath been in good case, and the truth is poverty hath distracted her. But for these foolish officers, I beseech you, I may have redress against them.
Oh, Sir John, Sir John. I am well acquainted with your manner of wrenching the true cause the false way. It is not a confident Brown or the throng of words that comes with such more than impudence. Thought sometimes from you can thrust me upon a loyal consideration. I know you have practiced upon the ease-yielding spirit of this poor woman.
Yes, in truth, my lord.
Prithee, peace. Pay her the debt you owe her, and unpay the villainy you have done to her. The one you may do with sterling money, and the other with current repentance.
My lord, I will not undergo this sneap without reply. You call honorable boldness impudent sauciness. If a man will curtsy and say nothing, he is virtuous. No, my lord, your humble duty remembered, I will not be your suitor. I say to you, I desire deliverance from these officers, being upon hasty employment in the king's affairs.
You speak as halting power do wrong, but answer to this effect of your reputation, and satisfy the poor woman.
Oh, come hither, hostess. Enter Master Gower.
Now, Master Gower, what news?
The king, my lord, and Henry, Prince of Wales, are near at hand. The rest the paper tells.
As I am a gentleman.
Oh, nay, you said so before.
As I am a gentleman. Come, no more words of it.
By this heavenly ground I tread on, I must be fain to pawn both my plate and the tapestry of my dying chambers.
Glasses, glasses is the only drinking, and for thy walls a pretty slight drollery, or the story of the prodigal, or the German hunting in waterwork is worth 1,000 of these bed hangings and these fly-bitten tapestries. Let it be £10, if thou canst. Come, if it were not for thy humours, there is not a better wench in England. Go, wash thy face and draw thy action. Come, thou must not be in humour with me. Come, I know thou wast set on to this.
Oh, prithee, Sir John, let it be but 20 nobles. I loathe to pawn my plate in good earnest love.
Oh, well, let it alone. I'll make other shift. You'll be a fool still.
Well, you shall have it, although I pawn my gown. I hope you come to supper. You'll pay me all together?
Oh, will I live? Go with her. Hook on, hook on.
Will you have dogs here? She'd meet you at supper.
Oh, no more words. Let's have her.
I have heard bitter news.
Oh, what's the news, my good lord?
Where lay the king last night?
At Basingstoke, my lord.
I hope, my lord, all's well. What is the news, my lord?
Come, all his forces back.
No, 1,500 foot, 500 horse are marched up to my lord of Lancaster against Northumberland and the archbishop.
Comes the king back from Wales, my noble lord?
You shall have letters of me presently. Come, go along with me, good Master Gower.
My lord.
What's the matter?
Master Gower, shall I entreat you with me to dinner?
I must wait upon my good lord here. I thank you, good Sir John.
Sir John, you loiter here too long, being you are to take soldiers up and couriers as you go.
Oh, will you sup with me, Master Gower?
What foolish master taught you these these manners, Sir John?
Master Gower, if they become me not, he was a fool that taught them me. This is the right fencing grace, my lord. Tap for tap, and so part fair.
Not the Lord. Now the Lord lighten thee. Thou art a great fool.
Exeunt. Scena secunda. Enter Prince Harry. Enter Prince Henry, Poins, Bardolph, and Page.
Trust me, I am exceedingly weary.
Page, please.
36.
Is it come to that? I thought weariness durst not have attached to one of so high blood.
It doth me, though it discolors the complexion of my greatness to acknowledge it. Does it not show vilely in me to desire small beer?
Why, a prince should not be so loosely studied as to remember so weak a composition.
Belike then my appetite was not princely got, for in truth I do now remember the poor creature, small beer. But indeed these humble considerations make me out of love with my greatness. What a disgrace is it to me to remember thy name, or to know thy face tomorrow, or to take note how many pair of silk stockings thou hast, viz., these and those that were thy peach-colored ones, or to bear the inventory of thy shirts, as one for superfluity and one other for use. But that the tennis-court keeper knows better than I, for it is a low web of linen with thee when thou keep'st not racket there, as thou hast not done a great while, because the rest of thy Low Countries have made a shift to eat up thy Holland.
How ill it follows after you've labored so hard you should talk so idly. Tell me, how many good young princes would do so, their fathers lying so sick as yours is?
Shall I tell thee one thing, Poins?
Yes, and let it be an excellent good thing.
It shall serve among wits of no higher breeding than thine.
Go to. I stand the push of your one thing that you'll tell.
Why, I tell thee, it is not meet that I should be sad now my father is sick. Albeit I could tell to thee, as one it pleases me to, for fault of a better, to call my friend, I could be sad, and sad indeed too.
Very hardly upon such a subject.
Thou thinkst me as far in the devil's book as thou in Falstaff for obduracy and persistency. Let the end try the man. But I tell thee, my heart bleeds inwardly that my father is so sick, and keeping such vile company as thou art hath in reason taken from me all ostentation of sorrow.
The reason?
What wouldst thou think of me if I should weep?
I would think thee a most princely hypocrite.
It would be every man's thought, and thou art a blessed fellow to think as every man thinks. Never a man's thought in the world keeps the roadway better than thine. Every man would think me an hypocrite indeed. And what excites your most worshipful thought to think so?
Why, because you've been so lewd and so much in graft to Falstaff.
And to thee.
Nay, I'm well spoken of. I can hear it with mine own ears. The worst that they can say of me is that I am a second brother, and that I am a proper fellow of my hands. And those two things, I confess, I cannot help. So, look, here comes Bardolph.
And the boy that I gave Falstaff. He had him from me Christian, and see if the fat villain hath not transformed him ape.
Enter Bard.
Save your grace.
And yours, most noble Bardolph.
Come, you pernicious ass. You bashful fool, must you be blushing? Wherefore blush you now? What a maidenly man at arms are you become? Is it such a matter to get a pottle pot's maidenhead?
He called me even now, my lord, through a red lattice, and I could discern no part of his face from the window. At last I spied his eyes, and methinks he had made 2 holes in the alewives' new petticoat, and peeped through.
Hath not the boy profited?
Away, you horse on upright, rabbit, away.
Away, you rascally Althea's dream, away.
Instruct us, boy. What dream, boy?
Marry, my lord, Althea dreamed she was delivered of a firebrand, and therefore I called him her dream.
A crown's worth of good interpretation. There it is, boy.
Oh, that this good blossom could be kept from cankers. Well, there's 6pence to preserve thee.
If you do not make him to be hanged among you, the gallows should be wronged.
And how doth thy master, Bardolph?
Well, my good lord, he heard of your grace's coming to town. There's a letter for you.
Delivered with good respect. And how doth the Martelmus, your master?
In bodily health, sir?
Marry, the immortal part needs a physician, but that moves not him. Though that be sick, it dies not.
I do allow this wen to be as familiar with me as my dog, and he holds his place. For look you, he writes,
John Falstaff Knight. Every man must know that, as oft as he hath occasion to name himself, even like those that are kin to the king. For they never prick their finger, but they say there is some of the king's blood spilt. How comes that, says he, that takes upon him not to conceive? The answer is as ready as a borrowed calf. I am the king's poor cousin, sir.
Nay, they will be kin to us, but they will fetch it from Japhet. But to the letter. Sir John Falstaff, knight, to the son of the king, nearest his father, Harry, Prince of Wales, greeting.
Why, this is a certificate.
Peace. I will imitate the honorable Romans in brevity.
Sure, he means brevity in breath, short-winded.
I commend me to thee, I commend thee, and I leave thee. Be not too familiar with Poins, for he misuses thy favours so much that he swears thou art to marry his sister Nell. Repent at idle times as thou mayest, and so farewell. Thine by yea and no, which is as much as to say, as thou usest him, Jack Falstaff with my familiars, John with my brothers and sister, and Sir John with all Europe. Your line points.
Is it?
My lord,
I will steep this letter in sack and make him eat it.
That's to make him eat 20 of his words. But do you use me thus, Nell? Ned, must I marry your sister?
May the wench have no worse fortune, but I never said so.
Well, thus we play the fools with the time, and the spirits of the wise sit in the clouds and mock us. Is your master here in London?
Yes, my lord.
Where sups he? Doth the old boar feed in the old Frank?
At the old place, my lord, in Eastcheap.
What company?
Ephesians, my lord, of the old church.
Sup any women with him?
None, my lord, but old Mistress Quickly and Madame Doll Tearsheet.
What pagan may that be?
A proper gentlewoman, sir, and a kinswoman of my master's.
Even such kin as the parish heifers are to the town bull. Shall we steal upon them, Ned, at supper?
I am your shadow, my lord. I'll follow you.
Sirrah, you boy, and Bardolph, no word to your master that I'm yet in town. There's for your silence.
Oh, I have no tongue, sir.
And for mine, sir, I will govern it.
Fare you well. Go. This dull tear sheet should be some road.
I warrant you, as common as the way between St. Albans and London.
How might we see Falstaff bestow himself tonight in his true colors, and not ourselves be seen?
Put on 2 leather jerkins and aprons, and wait upon him at his table like drawers.
From a god to a bull, a heavy declension. It was Jove's case, from a prince to apprentice, a low transformation. That shall be mine. For in everything the purpose must weigh with the folly. Follow me, Ned.
Exeunt, Scena Tertia. Enter Northumberland, his lady, and Harry Percy's lady.
I prithee, loving wife and gentle daughter, give an even way unto my rough affairs. Put not you on the visage of the times, and be like them to Percy troublesome.
I have given over. I will speak no more. Do what you will. Your wisdom be your guide.
Alas, sweet wife, my honor is at pawn, and but my going nothing can redeem it.
Oh, yet, for heaven's sake, go not to these wars. The time was, father, when you broke your word, when you were more endeared to it than now, when your own Percy, when my heart dear Harry, through many unworthful look, to see his father bring up his powers, but he did long in vain. Who then persuaded you to stay at home? There were 2 honors lost, yours and your son's. For yours may heavenly glory brighten it, for his is stuck upon him, as the sun in the great vault of heaven, and by his light did all the chivalry of England move to do brave acts. He was indeed the glass, wherein the noble youth did dress themselves. He had no legs that practised not his gait, and speaking thick, which nature made his blemish, became the accents of the valiant. For those that could speak low and tardily would turn out their own perfection, to abuse, to seem like him, so that in speech, in gait, in diet, in affections of delight, in military rules, humors of blood, he was the mark and glass, copy and book that fashioned others. And him, oh wondrous, him, miracle of men, him to delete second to none, unseconded by you, to look upon the hideous god of war and disadvantage, to abide a field, where nothing but the sound of Hotspur's name did seem defensible till you left him. Never, oh, never do as ghost of wrong, to hold your honor more precise and nice with others than with him. Let them alone. The Archbishop are strong. My sweet Harry have but half their numbers. Today might I, hanging on Hotspur's neck, have talked with Monmouth's grave.
Beshrew your heart. Fair daughter, you do draw my spirits from me with new lamenting ancient oversights. But I must go and meet with danger there, or it will seek me in another place and find me worse provided.
Oh, fly to Scotland, till that the nobles and the armed commons have of the puissance made a little taste.
They get ground, advantage of the king, then join you with them like a rib of steel to make strength stronger. But for all our loves, first let them try themselves. So did your son. He also suffered. So came I a widow. And never shall have length of life enough to reign in my remembrance with mine eyes, that it may grow and sprout as high as heaven, for accordation to my noble husband.
Come, come, go in with me. 'Tis with my mind as with the tide swelled up unto his height that makes us stand still, running neither way. Fain would I go to meet the Archbishop, but many thousand reasons hold me back. I will resolve for Scotland, there am I, till time and vantage crave my company.
Exeunt, Scena Quarta. Enter 2 drawers.
What hast thou brought there? Apple Johns? Thou knowest Sir John cannot endure an apple John.
Thou sayest true. The prince once set a dish of apple johns before him, and told them there were 5 more Sir Johns, and putting off his hat said, I will now take my leave of these 6 dry, round, old, withered knights. It angered him to the heart, but he hath forgot that.
Why then cover and sit them down, and see if thou canst find out Sneak's noise. Mistress Tearsheet would find them some music.
Ah, sirrah, here will be the prince and Master Poins anon, and they will put on 2 of our jerkins and aprons, and Sir John must not know of it. Bardolph hath brought word.
Then here will be old Eustace. It will be an excellent stratagem.
I'll see if I can find out Sneak. Exit. Enter hostess and doll.
Oh, sweetheart, methinks now you are in excellent good temperament. Your pulsage beats as extraordinary as heart would desire, and your color, I warrant you, is as red as any rose. But you have drunk too much canaries, and that's a marvelous searching wine, and it perfumes the blood. And we could say, what's this? How do you now?
Oh, better than I was. Him.
Well, that was well said. A good heart's worth gold. Look, here comes Sir John.
Enter Falstaff. When Arthur first in court emptied the jornet and was a worthy king. How now, Mistress Doll?
Oh, sick of a calm. Yea, good sooth.
So is all her sect. If they be once in a calm, they are sick.
You muddy rascal. Is that all the comfort you give me?
Oh, well, you make fat rascals, Mistress Doll.
I make them? Gluttony and diseases make them. I make them not.
Well, if the cook make the gluttony, you help to make the disease, Doll. We catch of you, Doll, we catch of you. Grant that my poor virtue, grant that.
I marry our chains and our jewels.
Oh, your brooches, pearls, and ooches. For to serve bravely is to come halting off. You know, to come off the breach with his pike bent bravely, and to surgery bravely, to venture upon the charged chambers bravely.
Oh, why, this is the old fashion. You two never meet, but you must fall to some discord. You're both in good truth as rheumatic as 2 dry toasts. You cannot one bear with another confirmities. What the good you? One must bear, and that must be you. You are the weaker vessel, as they say, the emptier vessel.
Oh, can a weak vessel, empty vessel bear such a huge full hogshead? There's a whole merchant's vessel of Bordeaux stuffed in him. You've not seen a hog better stuffed in the hold. Oh, come, I'll be friends with thee, Jack. Thou art going to the wars, and whether I shall see thee again or no, there is nobody cares.
Enter drawer.
Sir, ancient pistol is below, and would speak with you.
Oh, hang him, swaggering rascal. Let him not come hither. It is the foul-mouthed rogue in England.
If he swagger, let him not come here. I must live amongst my neighbors. I'll no swaggerers. I am in good name and fame with the very best. Shut the door. There comes no swaggerers here. I have not lived all this while to have swaggering now. Shut the door, I pray you.
Dost thou hear, hostess?
Pray you pacify yourself, Sir John. Here comes no swaggerers here.
Dost thou hear? It is mine ancient.
Oh, Tilly Fally, Sir John. Never tell me your ancient swaggerer comes not in my doors. I was before Master Tilsick, the deputy, the other day, and he said to me, it was no longer ago than Wednesday night last. Neighbor, quickly, says he. Master Dumby, our minister, was by then. Neighbor, quickly, says he, receive those that are civil, for saith he, you are in an ill name. Now he said so. I can tell whereupon, for says he, you are an honest woman and well thought on. Therefore take heed what guests you receive. Receive, says he, no swaggering companions. There goes none here. You would bless you to hear what he said. No, I'll know swagger is.
He's no swaggerer, hostess, a tame cheater he. You may stroke him as gently as a puppy greyhound. He will not swagger with a Barbary hen. If her feathers turn back in any show of resistance, call him up, drawer.
Cheater, call you him? I will bar no honest man my house, nor no cheater. But I do not love swaggering. I am the worst when one says swagger. Feel, masters, how I shake. Look you, I warned you.
Oh, you do, hostess.
Oh, do I? Yea, in very truth do I. If it were an aspen leaf, I cannot abide swaggerers.
Enter Pistol Bardolph and his boy.
God save you, Sir John.
Oh, welcome, ancient Pistol. Here, Pistol, I charge you with a cup of sack to discharge upon mine hostess.
I will discharge upon her, Sir John, with 2 bullets.
Oh, she is pistol-proof, sir. You shall hardly offend her.
Come, I'll drink no proofs nor no bullets. I will drink no more than will do me good, for no man's pleasure I.
Then to you, Mistress Dorothy, I will charge you.
Charge me? I scorn you, scurvy companion. What? You poor, base, rascally, cheating jack linen mate? Away, you moldy rogue, away! I am meat for your master.
I know you, Mistress Dorothy.
Away, you cut-purse rascal, you filthy bung, away! By this wine, I'll thrust my knife in your moldy chaps if you play the saucy cuddle with me. Away, you bottle ale rascal, you basket-hilt stale juggler, you! Since when, I pray you, sir, what, with 2 points on your shoulder, much?
I will murder your ruff for this.
No, good Captain Pistol, not here, sweet Captain.
Captain, thou abominable damned cheater, art thou not ashamed to be called Captain? If captains were of my mind, I would truncheon you out for taking their names upon you, before you've earned them. You, a captain, you slave, for what? For tearing a poor horse rough in a boarding house? He, a captain? Hang him, rogue. He lives upon moldy stewed prunes and dried cakes. A captain. These villains will make the word captain odious. Therefore, captain, had better need look to it.
Really good. Go down, good ancient.
Oh, hark thee hither, Mistress Doll.
Not I. I tell thee what, Corporal Bardolph, I could tear her. I'll be revenged on her.
No.
Pray thee, go down.
I'll see her damned first to Pluto's damned lake, to the infernal deep, where Erebus and torches vile also. Hold hook and line, say I, down, down, dogs, down, fates. Have we not Hiron here?
Good Captain Pistol, be quiet. It is very late. I beseech you now. Aggravate your choler.
These be good humors indeed. Stout pack horses and hollow-pampered shades of Asia, which cannot go but 30 miles a day compared with Caesar, and with cannibals and Trojan Greeks. Nay, rather damn him with King Cerberus and let the welkin roar. Shall we fall foul for toys?
By my troth, Captain, these are bitter words.
Be gone, good ancient. This will grow to a brawl anon.
Die, men, like dogs. Give crowns like pins. Have we not Hiron here?
Oh, my word, Captain, there's none such here. What the good you are, do you think I would deny her? I pray be quiet.
Then feed and be fat, my fair Callipolis. Come, give me some sack. Si fortune me tormente, sperato me contente. Fear we broadsides. No, let the fiend give fire. Give me some sack, and sweetheart, lie thou there. Come we to full points here, and not et cetera's nothing.
Pistol, I would be quiet.
Sweet knight, I kiss thy knee. What, we have seen the 7 stars.
Oh, thrust him downstairs. I cannot endure such a fustian rascal.
Thrust him downstairs, know we not Galloway nags.
Quoit him down, Bardolph, like a shove-groat shilling. Nay, if he do nothing but speak nothing, he shall be nothing here.
Come, get you downstairs.
What? Shall we have incision? Shall we embrue? Then death rock me asleep, abridge my doleful days. Why then let grievous, ghastly, gaping wounds untwine the sisters three. From Atropos, I say.
Oh, here's a good stuff, Tord.
Oh, give me my rapier, boy.
Oh, I prithee, Jack, I prithee, do not draw.
Get you downstairs.
Here's a goodly tumult. Our force were keeping half before our be in these turrets and fights. So murder I warrant now. Alas, alas, put up your naked weapons. Put up your naked weapons.
I prithee, Jack, be quiet. The rascal's gone. Oh, you wholesome little valiant villain, you.
Are you not hurt in the groin? Methought he made a shrewd thrust at your belly.
Have you turned him out of doors?
Yes, sir. The rascal's drunk. You have hurt him in the shoulder.
A rascal to brave me.
Ah, you sweet little rogue, you. Alas, poor ape, how thou swearest. Come, let me wipe thy face. Come on, you wholesome chaps. Ah, rogue, I love thee. Thou art as valorous as Hector of Troy, with 5 of Agamemnon, and 10 times better than the 9 worthies. Oh, villain.
Rascally slave, I will toss the rogue in a blanket.
Do, if thou darest for thy heart. If thou dost, I'll canvas thee between a pair of sheets.
Enter music.
Music is come, sir.
Well, let them play, sirs. Sit on my kneel, doll. Oh, a rascal bragging slave, that rogue fled from me like quicksilver.
And thou followed him like a church, thou wholesome little tidy Bartholomew ball pig. When wilt thou start leave fighting on days and foining on nights and begin to patch up thine old body for heaven?
Enter the prince in poins disguised. Peace, good doll. Do not speak like a death's head. Do not bid me remember mine end.
Oh, sirrah, what humor is the prince of?
Oh, a good shallow young fellow. He would have made a good pantler. He would have chipped bread well.
They say the poins hath a good wit.
He a good wit? Hang him. Baboon, his wit is as thick as Tewkesbury mustard. There is no more conceit in him than is in a mallet.
Oh, why does the prince love him so then?
Oh, because their legs are both of a bigness, and he plays at quite swell, and eats conger and fennel, and drinks off candles' ends for flapdragons, and rides the wild mare with the boys, and jumps upon joined stools, and swears with a good grace, and wears his boots very smooth, like unto a sign of the leg, and breeds no bait with telling of discreet stories, and such other gambol faculties he hath, that show a weak mind, and an able body, for the which the prince admits him, for the prince himself is such another. The weight of an hair will turn the scales between their haberdepois.
Would not this knave of a wheel have his ears cut off?
Let us beat him before his whore.
Look, if the withered elder hath not his poll clawed like a parrot.
Is it not strange that desire should so many years outlive performance?
Yes, me, doll.
Ooh, Saturn and Venus, this year in conjunction? What says the almanac to that?
And look whether the fiery Trigon, his man, be not lisping to his master's old tables, his notebook, his counsel keeper.
Thou dost give me flattering busses.
Nay, truly, I kiss thee with the most constant heart.
I am old. I am old.
Oh, I love thee better than I love e'er a scurvy young boy of them all.
What stuff wilt thou have a kirtle of? I shall receive money on Thursday. Thou shalt have a cap tomorrow. A merry song. Come, it grows late. We will to bed. Thou wilt forget me when I am gone.
Thou wilt set me a weeping if thou sayest so. Prove that if I dress myself handsome till thy return, well, hark in the end.
Some sack, Francis.
Anon, sir.
Huh? A bastard son of the king's, and art not thou Poins, his brother?
Why, thou globe of sinful continence, what a life dost thou lead?
Oh, better than thou. I am a gentleman. Thou art a drawer.
Very true, sir, and I come to draw you out by the ears.
Oh, the Lord preserve thy good grace. Welcome to London. Now heaven bless that sweet face of thine. What, are you come from Wales?
Oh, thou horse and mad compound of majesty, by this light flesh and corrupt blood, thou art welcome.
Oh, you fat fool, I scorn you.
My lord, he will drive you out of your revenge and turn aught to a merriment if you take not the heat.
You horse and candle mine, you! How vilely did you speak of me even now, before this honest, virtuous, civil gentlewoman?
Oh, blessing on your good heart, and so she is by my troth.
Didst thou hear me?
Yes, and you knew me, as you did when you ran away by Gad's Hill. You knew I was at your back, and spoke it on purpose to try my patience.
Oh, no, not so. I did not think thou wast within hearing.
I shall drive you then to confess the willful abuse, and then I know how to handle you.
No abuse, Hal. On mine honor, no abuse.
Not to dispraise me, and call me pantler, and bread chopper, and I know not what?
No abuse, Hal.
No abuse.
No abuse, Ned, in the world. Honest Ned, none. I dispraised him before the wicked, that the wicked might not fall in love with him, in which doing I have done the careful friend and a true subject, and thy father is to give me thanks for it. No abuse, Hal. None, Ned, none. No, boys, none.
See now whether pure fear and entire cowardice doth not make thee wrong this virtuous gentlewoman to close with us. Is she of the wicked? Is thine hostess here of the wicked? Or is the boy of the wicked? Or honest Bardolph, whose zeal burns in his nose, of the wicked?
Answer, thou dead elm. Answer.
The fiend hath pricked down Bardolph irrecoverable, and his face is Lucifer's privy kitchen, where he doth nothing but roast malt worms. For the boy there is a good angel about him, but the devil outbids him too.
For the women?
Well, for one of them she is in hell already and burns per souls. For the other I owe her money, and whether she be damned for that I know not.
No, I warrant you.
No, I think thou art not. I think thou art quit for that. Mary, there is another indictment upon thee for suffering flesh to be eaten in thy house contrary to the law, for the which I think thou wilt howl.
All victuallers do so. What is a joint of mutton to in a whole Lent?
You, gentlewoman.
Say your grace.
His grace says that which his flesh rebels against.
Who knocks so loud at door? Looks at the door there, Francis.
Point. Pito, how now? What news?
Pito? Pito, Ian, are you there?
Shall I do Tito?
No, he's here. Go ahead, Gideon. You're muted still, Pito.
What is that strange noise?
Vito, can you try again? The king, your father, is at Westminster on 63?
Oh, are we on page 6? Okay.
63, yeah.
I say, who knocks so loud at door? Look to the door there, Francis.
Pedo, how now? What news?
Oh, the king, your father, is at Westminster, and there are 20 weak and worried posts. Come from the north as I come along. I met and or took a dozen citizens, bareheaded, sweating, knocking at the taverns, and asking everyone for Sir John Falstaff.
By heaven points, I feel me much to blame, so idly to profane the precious time, when tempest of commotion like the south, born with black vapor, begins to melt and drop upon our bare, unarmed heads. Give me my sword and cloak. Falstaff, good night.
Exit. Now comes the sweetest morsel of the night, and we must hence and leave it unpicked. More knocking at the door? How now? What's the matter?
You must away to court, sir, presently. A dozen captains stay at the door for you.
Oh, pay the musicians. Sirrah, farewell, hostess. Farewell, doll. You see, my good wenches, how men of merit are sought after. The undeserver may sleep when the man of action is called on. Farewell, good wenches. If I be not sent away post, I will see you again ere I go.
Oh, I cannot speak if my heart be not ready to burst. Well, sweet Jack, have a care of thyself.
Farewell, farewell. Exit.
Oh, fare thee well. I have known thee these 29 years, come Pesca time, but an honester and truer hearted man will fare thee well.
Mistress Tearsheet.
What's the matter?
Bid Mistress Tearsheet come to my master.
Oh, run, doll, run, good doll.
Exeunt. Actus Tertius Scena Prima. Enter the king with a page. Calling King Henry to the stage. King Henry, got a big speech of yours coming up. King Henry. King Henry, are you there?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, great.
I'm trying to find the page.
Page 65. 65, page 65, Act 3, Scene 1. Actus Tertius, Scena Prima, enter the king with a page who has no lines.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Go call the Earls of Surrey and of Warwick. Ere they come, be the more read these letters and well consider of them, make good speed. How many thousand of my poorest subjects are at this hour asleep? O sleep, O gentle sleep, nature's soft nurse, how have I frighted thee that thou no more wilt weigh my eyelids down and steep my senses in forgetfulness? Why, rather, sleep, liest thou in smoky cribs upon uneasy pallets, stretching thee, and hushed with buzzing night flies to thy slumber than in the perfumed chambers of the great? Under the canopies of costly state and lulled with sounds of sweetest melody. O thou dull god, why liest thou with the vile and loathsome beds, and leavest the kingly couch a watch case or a common larum bell? Wilt thou upon the high and giddy mast seal up the shipboy's eyes and rock his brains and cradle of the rude imperious surge, and in the visitation of the wind who take the rocking billows by the top, curling their monstrous heads and hanging them with deafening clamors in the slippery clouds that with the hurly death itself awakes? Canst thou, O partial sleep, give thy repose to the wet sea boy in an hour so rude, and in the calmest and most stillest night, with all appliances and means to boot, deny it to a king? Then, happy low, lie down. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown.
Enter Warwick and Surrey.
Any good morrows to your majesty?
Is it good morrow, lords?
'Tis 1 o'clock and past.
Why then, good morrow to you all, my lords. Have you read all the letters that I sent you?
We have, my liege.
Then you perceive the body of our kingdom, how foul it is, what rank diseases grow, and with what danger near the heart of it.
It is but as a body, yet distempered, which to his former strength may be restored, with good advice and little medicine. My lord Northumberland will soon be cooled.
O God, that one might read the book of fate and see the revolution of the times make mountains level, and the continent weary of solid firmness melt itself into the sea, and other times to see the beachy girdle of the ocean too wide for Neptune's hips, how chances mocks and changes fill the cup of alteration with divers liquors. 'Tis not 10 years gone since Richard and Northumberland, great friends, did peace together, and in 2 years after were they at wars. It is but 8 years since this Percy was the man nearest my soul, who like a brother toiled in my affairs, and laid his love and life under my foot. Yea, for my sake, even to the eyes of Richard gave him defiance. But which of you was by, you, cousin Neville, as I may remember, when Richard, with his eye brimful of tears, then checked and rated by Northumberland, did speak these words, now proved a prophecy, Northumberland, thou ladder by the which my cousin Bolingbroke ascends my throne, though then, God knows, I had no such intent, but that necessity so bowed the state that I in greatness were compelled to kiss. The time shall come, thus did he follow it, the time will come, that foul sin, gathering head, shall break into corruption. So went on, foretelling the same time's condition and the division of our amity.
There is a history in all men's lives, figuring the nature of the times deceased, the which observed a man may prophecy with a near aim of the many chances of things, and yet not come to life, which in their seeds and weak beginnings lie entreasured. Such things become the hatch and brood of time, and by the necessity form of this, King Richard might create a perfect guess that great Northumberland, then false to him, would of that seed grow to a greater falseness, which should not find a ground to root upon, unless on you.
Are these things then necessities? Then let us meet them like necessities, and that same word even now cries out on us. They say the bishop and Northumberland are 50,000 strong.
It cannot be, my lord. Rumor doth double, like the voice and echo the numbers of the feared. Please it your grace to go to bed. Upon my life, my lord, the powers that you already have sent forth shall bring this prize in very easily. To comfort you the more, I have received a certain instance that Glendower is dead. Your majesty hath been this fortnight ill, and these unseasoned hours perforce must add unto your sickness.
I will take your counsel. And were these inward wars once out of hand, we would, dear lords, unto the Holy Land.
Exeunt. Scena secunda. Enter Shallow and Silence with moldy shadow wart feeble bullcalf.
Come Come on, give me your hand, sir, give me your hand, sir. An early stirrer by the rood, and how doth my cousin Silence?
Oh, good morrow, good cousin Shallow.
And how doth my cousin your bedfellow, and your fairest daughter, and mine goddaughter Ellen?
Alas, a black weasel, cousin Shallow.
Oh, but yea and nay, sir. I dare say my cousin William has become a good scholar. He is at Oxford still, is he not?
Indeed, sir, to my cost.
Oh, he must then to the Inns of Court shortly. I was once of Clement's Inn, where I think they will talk of Mad Shallow yet.
You were called Lusty Shallow then, cousin.
Oh, I was called anything, and I would have done anything indeed too, and roundly too. There was I, and little John Doit of Staffordshire, and Black George Bear, and Francis Pickbone, and Will Squeal, a Cotsall man. You have not four such swingebucklers in all the Inns of Court again. Yeah, and I may say to you, we knew where the Bonaropas were, and had the best of them at all commandment. Then was Jack Falstaff, no, Sir John, a boy and page to Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk.
Is Sir John cousin? A cousin that comes hither and anon about soldiers?
The same Sir John, the very same. I saw him break Scoggins' head at the court gate when he was a crack, not thus high. And the very same day did I fight with one Samson Stockfish, a fruiterer behind Gray's Inn. Oh, the mad days that I have spent, and to see how many of mine old acquaintance are dead. Oh.
We shall all follow, cousin.
Certain, it is certain, very sure, very sure. Death is certain to all shall die. How a good yoke of bullocks at Stamford Hare fair.
Oh, truly, cousin, I was not there.
Death is certain. It is double of your town living yet? Is all double of your town living yet?
Dead, sir.
Dead? Oh, see, he drew a good bow, and dead. Oh, he shot a fine shoot. John of Gaunt loved him well, and betted much money on his head. Oh, dead. He would have clapped in the clout at 12 score and carried you beforehand shaft at 14 and 14 and a half, that it would have done a man's heart good to see. How a score of ewes now?
Thereafter as they be, score of good ewes may be worth £10.
And is old Double dead?
Enter Bardolph and his boy.
Oh, here comes two of Sir John Falstaff's men, as I think.
I beseech you, which is Justice Shallow?
I am Robert Shallow, sir, a poor esquire of this county, and one of the king's justices of the peace. What is your good pleasure with me?
My captain, sir, commends me to you. My captain, Sir John Falstaff, a tall gentleman and a most gallant leader.
Oh, he greets me well. Sir, I knew him, a good back swordman. How doth the good knight, may I ask? How my lady, his wife, doth?
Sir, pardon, a soldier is better accommodated with a wife.
Oh, it is well said, sir, and it is well said indeed, too. Better accommodated. Oh, it is good. Indeed it is it? Good phrases are surely, and everywhere very commendable. Accommodated, it comes out of accommodo, very good, a good phrase.
Pardon, sir, I have heard the word phrase, call you it? But this day I know not the phrase, but I will maintain the word with my sword to be a soldier like the word, and a word of exceeding good command. Accommodate that too, when a man is fit, false, they say accommodate, or when the man is being whereby he thought to be accommodated, which is an excellent thing.
Enter Falstaff.
Oh, it is very just. Ah, look, here comes good Sir John. Give me your hand, give me your worship's good hand. Trust me, oh, you look well and bear your years very well. Welcome, good Sir John.
I am glad to see you well, good Master Robert Shallow. Master Shorecard, as I think?
No, Sir John, it is my cousin Silence in commission with me.
Oh, good Master Silence, it well befits you should be of the peace.
Oh, your good worship is welcome.
Oh, fie, this is hot weather, gentlemen. Have you provided me here half a dozen of sufficient men?
Oh, Mary, we have, sir. Will you sit?
Oh, let me see them, I beseech you.
Where's the roll? Where's the roll? Let me see. Yeah, Mary, sir. Ralph Mowgli. Let them appear as I call. Let them do so. Let me see. Now, where is Moldy?
Here, if it please you.
Ah, good. Thank you, Sir John. A good-limbed fellow, young, strong, and of good friends.
Is thy name Moldy?
Yes, if it please you.
Ah, well, 'tis the more time thou wert used.
Most excellent. Things that are moldy lack use. Very singular. Good. Well said, Sir John. Very well said.
Prick him.
I was pricked well enough before, if you could have let me alone. My old dame will be widowed now for one who does her husbandry and her drudgery. You need not have pricked me. There are other men fitter to go out than I.
Go too. Peace, Moldy, you shall go. Moldy, it is time you were spent.
Spent?
Oh, peace, fellow, peace. Stand aside. Know you where you are? For the other, Sir John, let me see. Simon Shadow.
I marry. Let me have him to sit under. He's like to be a cold soldier.
Where's Shadow?
Here, sir.
Oh, Shadow.
Whose son art thou?
My mother's son, sir.
Thy mother's son like enough, and thy father's shadow. So the son of the female is the shadow of the male. It is often so indeed, but not of the father's substance.
Do you like him, Sir John?
Shadow will serve for summer. Prick him, for we have a number of shadows to fill up the muster book.
Thomas Wart?
Where's he?
Yes, sir.
Is thy name Wart?
Yes, sir.
Thou art a very ragged Wart.
Oh, shall I prick him down, Sir John?
It were superfluous, for his apparel is built upon his back, and the whole frame stands upon pins. Prick him no more.
Oh, you can do it, sir. You can do it. I command you well. Francis Feeble.
Oh, here, sir.
What trade art thou, Feeble?
A woman's tailor, sir.
Oh, shall I prick him, sir?
Oh, you may, but if he had been a man's tailor, he would have pricked you. Wilt thou make as many holes in an enemy's battle as thou hast done in a woman's petticoat?
I will do my goodwill, sir. You can have no more.
Well said, good woman's tailor. Well said, courageous Feeble. Thou wilt be as valiant as the wrathful dove or the magnanimous mouse. Prick the woman's tailor well, Master Shallow, deep, Master Shallow.
I would Wart might have gone, sir.
I would thou wert a man's tailor, that thou mightst mend him and make him fit to go. I cannot put him to a private soldier that is the leader of so many thousands. Let that suffice, most forcible Feeble.
It shall suffice.
I am bound to thee, Reverend Feeble. Who is the next?
Peter Bullcalf of the Green.
Oh, yea, Mary, let us see Bullcalf. Bullcalf. Bullcalf.
Here, sir.
Trust me, a likely fellow. Come, prick me bull calf till he roar again.
Ah, good my lord, Captain.
What, dost thou roar before thou art pricked?
Us, I am a diseased man.
What disease hast thou?
A horse and cold, sir, a cough, sir, which I caught with wrangling in the king's affairs upon his coronation day, sir.
Come, thou shalt go to the wars in a gown. We will have away thy cold, and I will take such order that thy friends shall ring for thee. Is here all?
Oh, there is 2 more called than your number, but you must have 4 here, sir. So I pray you go in with me to dinner.
Come, I will go drink with you, but I cannot tarry dinner. I am glad to see you in good troth, Master Shallow.
Oh, Sir John, do you remember since we lay all night in the windmill in St. George's Field?
Oh, no more of that, good Master Shallow. No more of that.
Oh, it was a merry night. And is Jane Nightwork alive?
Oh, she lives, Master Shallow.
Oh, she never could away with me.
Never, never. She would always say she could not abide Master Shallow.
I could anger her to the heart. She was then a Bonaroba. Does she hold her own well?
Old Master Shallow.
Nay, she must be old. Well, she cannot choose but be old. Certain she's old. And had Robin Nightwork by old Nightwork before I came to Clement's Inn.
Oh.
55 years ago.
Ah, cousin Silence, that thou hast seen that this night, and I have seen, said John. Said I well?
No, we have heard the chimes at midnight, Master Shallow.
That we have. In faith, said John, we have. Our watchword was, boys, come let's to dinner. Come let's to dinner. Oh, the days that we have seen. Come.
Good Master Corporate Baldov, stand my friend, and here is 4 Harry 10 shillings in French crowns for you. In very truth, sir, had it leaf be hanged, sir, is going, yet for mine own part, sir, I do not care, but rather because I am unwilling, and for my own part have a desire to stay with my friends. Alas, sir, I did not care for my own part so much.
Go to, stand aside.
Moldy.
And good Master Captain, for my old dame's sake, stand my friends. She hath no body to do a thing about her. When I am gone and she is odd and cannot help herself, you shall have forthwith, sir. Go to, stand aside.
People?
I cannot, a man can die but once. We owe a death, I will never bear a base mind, if it be my destiny. So, if it be not so, no man is too good to serve his prince, and let it go which way it will. He that dies this year is quit for the next.
Well said, thou art a good fellow.
Nay, I will bear no base mind.
Come, sir, which men shall I have?
4 of which you please.
Bardolph?
Sir, a word with you. I have £3 free moldy and a bull calf.
Go to, well.
Come, Sir John, which 4 will you have?
Do you choose for me?
Oh, marry then, Moldy, Bull Calf, Feeble and Shadow.
Moldy and bull calf? Oh, for you, Moldy, stay at home till you are past service, and for your part, bull calf, grow till you come into it. I will none of you.
Oh, Sir John, do not yourself wrong. They are your likeliest men, and I would have served with the best.
Will you tell me, Master Shallow, how to choose a man? Care I for the limbs, the thews, the stature, bulk, and biggest semblance of a man? Give me the spirit, Master Shallow. Where's wart? You see what ragged appearance it is. He shall charge you and discharge you with the motion of a pewterer's hammer, come off and on, swifter than he that gibbets on the brewer's bucket. And this same half-faced fellow, Shadow, give me this man. He presents no mark to the enemy. The foeman may, with as great aim, level at the edge of a penknife. And for a retreat, how swiftly will this feeble, the woman's tailor, run off? Oh, give me the spare men, and spare me the great ones. Put me a calver into Wart's hands, Bardolph.
Hold, Wart. Transfers thus, thus, thus.
Come, manage me your calver. So, very well, go to, very good, exceeding good. Oh, give me always a little lean, old chopped bald shot. Well said, Wart, thou art a good scab. Hold, there is a tester for thee.
He is not his crafts, master. He doth not do it right. I remember at Mile End Green when I lay at Clement's Inn, I was then Sir Dagonet in Arthur's show. There was this little quiver fellow, and he would manage do his piece thus, and he would about, and come you in, rat-tat-ta, he would say. Bounce, he would say, and away again would he go. And again would he come? I shall never see such a fellow.
These fellows will do well, Master Shallow. Farewell, Master Silence. I will not use many words with you. Farewell, you gentlemen both. I thank you. I must a dozen mile tonight. Bardolph, give the soldiers coats.
Sir John, heaven bless you and prosper your affairs, and send us peace. As you return, visit my house. Let our old acquaintance be renewed. Peradventure, I will.
Oh, I should have done that. I did not read it.
I would you would, Master Shallow.
Go to. I have spoken a word. Fare you well.
Exit. Fare you well, gentle gentlemen. On, Bardolph, lead the men away. As I return, I will fetch off these justices. I do see the bottom of Justice Shallow. How subject we old men are to the vice of lying. This same starved justice hath done nothing but prate to me of the wildness of his youth and the feats he hath done about Turnbull Street, and every third word a lie, doer paid to the hearer, who then the Turk's tribute. I do remember him at Clement's Inn like a man made after supper of a cheese paring. When he was naked, he was for all the world like a forked radish, with a head fantastically carved upon it. With a knife, he was so forlorn that his dimensions to any thick sight were invincible. He was the very genius of famine. He came ever in the rearward of the fashion. And now is this vice's dagger become a squire, and talks as familiarly of John of Gaunt as if he had been sworn brother to him. And I'll be sworn he never saw him but once in the tilt yard, and then he burst his head for crowding amongst the marshal's men. I saw it, and told John of Gaunt he beat his own name, for you might have trust him and all his apparel into an eelskin. The case of a treble hautboy was a mansion for him, a court, and now hath he land and beeves. Well, I will be acquainted with him. If I return, and it shall go hard, but I will make him a philosopher's 2 stones to me. If the young dace be a bait for the old pike, I see no reason in the law of nature, but I may snap at him. Let time shape, and there an end. Exeunt. And I think at this point we will take a brief end for a 5-minute break, and we will start again at around 3:09. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, any comments, any things we can.
There's the background noise.
Background noise. Yeah, sometimes we're hearing some background noise. I know some of the things that happens when cars go by, and there's not much we can do about it, but just try and sort of be aware of it. And if you have noise going on while you're in a scene, I mean, mute yourself until you have lines, and then try and go over them, and just also then generally just try and keep yourself muted.
And people are still forgetting to turn off their video when they're when they have no more lines.
Yeah, no, I realize, and I'm not. I mean, one of the things that is what was especially interesting in terms of the folio of Henry IV Part 2 is that the compositors, when they'd set it, they kind of miscalculated, so they didn't have enough space to fit everything in. So that's why sometimes you have sort of shared lines where you have somebody else's line on the same line, which sometimes can be harder to get, and exits aren't always clearly delineated. But yeah, Tony makes a good point. When you're not in the scene, you should exit. Yes, Mary Lou, what did you want to say?
Okay, I am Westmoreland.
Westmoreland, not Northumberland.
Thank you. I'm so sorry that I brought that up at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, those things
Mea
happen.
culpa.
I'm sorry I didn't get more things, the cast list to people sooner. It's just sort of when we keep doing.
Oh, no, I just got the names mixed up. I mean, you know.
It's okay. I had to jump in on something I should have read. I didn't know I was going to have to do it. Anyway, what page did we stop on?
We stopped
80,
on
84.
84, okay.
Yep, right before Actus Quartus, and before we get the very exciting rebellion and how that all turns out, which is really, you're gonna love it.
I gotta grab, heat my coffee.
Yeah, and it's important. Westmoreland is on the king's side, and Northumberland is at this point sort of chief among the rebels, although he's basically sort of gone because his
Shown them a clean pair of heels, as Falstaff would say.
Yes, indeed. He's gone off to run away, but we'll find out what happens with all of them as we continue with this.
Do we have no audience?
Well, we have each other as audience. In terms of other attendees, no, we do not. Jim left pretty quickly. James, he was there at the beginning a bit. And I don't know what's up with Lulu. I haven't seen her for a few days and hasn't responded to my recent emails. So that's yeah.
Well, everybody got the message about the broadcast of Richard II on the first week of July over wnyc.org.
No, tell me about it.
The New York Public Theater is going to be doing a sort of serialized production of Richard II. And they're broadcasting it on over 4 nights, an hour each night.
No, is this the radio or?
Yes, actually, it's on radio, but it's also on their website of wnyc.org.
So you mean there's a video of it on the website?
No, it's streaming audio.
Okay, so on the website also, it's only audio.
That's right.
Got it.
Yeah, it'll be July 1st through July 4th at 8 p.m.
Richard II was what the public was going to do this summer.
Exactly.
Was it pretty much the same cast?
What is that noise?
In the background.
I think it's coming from Gideon. It may be coming from Gideon's audio. No, actually, it's coming from Mistress Quickly's.
Yeah, I don't know where she went. I will just mute it for now. But yeah, those things happen.
She went for a glass of sack.
Yeah.
What?
A cup of sack.
Oh. Probably not.
Which we all need at this point.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, well.
We all need to stay strictly sober to jump onto our lines.
Well.
You also need to come in on cue.
Yeah, it helps. That's just it's yeah, and I realize some of you, especially Gideon, I'm sorry, I threw a whole bunch of little parts at you, so that makes it more of a challenge. But let me just see if there are any other parts in the let's see. What have we got? We'll have, I think also, just in the end, we need some people to do like officer, and Eleanor's going to do first room later on near the end.
I'm being who?
What I told you about, you're going to be doing first groom later on near the end, and we'll also need a second groom for that. And somebody for Sir John Blunt and King Henry's page. I guess for the page, maybe Jennifer, you should do that since you're doing sort of all of the pages pretty much.
Okay.
And then for the Sir John Blunt, I don't even know how many lines he has, and the second groom, we need a couple of people for that, and somebody to be the messenger that comes in shortly, I guess.
I'd be happy to be a messenger. Where is that?
The messenger comes in at the very next scene on 85. It's with actually you shouldn't be the messenger because you're already there as the Archbishop. Because we have Archbishop Mowbray, Hastings, Westmoreland, and Colville, supposedly, even though Colville doesn't really have any lines till then. And then Westmoreland will come in as the ambassador of the king. So I'll just do that messenger off screen. And
you know your picture will flash.
Well, how are you watching it? Are you watching it in gallery view or speaker view?
I'm watching it.
You see a bunch of people on the screen, or just see one person at a time?
One person.
Okay, that's speaker view. So, the idea of why we have people turn off their video when they're not in the scene, so if you watch it on gallery view, you just see the people who are in the scene. And that way, then it sort of hides and if you set it up so that you hide non-video participants, you don't see the people who don't have their video on. So that's sort of the recommended way of doing it. But in any event,
is that the way it's recorded? Because, as I said, since I'm focusing on whoever is speaking, who might be, my next scene partner or whatever, or who's obviously the most interesting, salient person in the scene. So if you speak off scene, your picture will show.
For you, not for people who are watching in gallery view, as I've just explained and as it is recorded. So anyway, so we just also need somebody to be an officer and second groom and Sir John Blunt. So let's see if we could.
I can do at least one of those, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Why don't you do second groom, and then Mary Lou, if you could do Sir John Blunt. He comes in near the end. This is all near the end after we have a new king. So anyways, I'm sorry we've been a little longer than 5 minutes, but just wanted to go over some things. And so let's see, is Jackie back? I'm going to ask her to unmute because she was muted before. And so now we will then continue on. So with Actus Quartus, Scena Prima, and we will start now. Enter the Archbishop, Mowbray, Hastings, Westmoreland. Well, Westmoreland comes in later, so this is also a play where they do have all of the things sort of listed at the beginning, even though they come in later. So Westmoreland doesn't come in until later, and Colville. But we start with the Archbishop.
What is this forest called?
Hastings, isn't that Gideon? Is that you?
Yeah, okay.
What is this forest called?
'Tis Gall Tree Forest, and shall please your grace.
Here stand, my lords, and send discoverers forth to know the numbers of our enemies.
We have sent forth already.
'Tis well done. My friends and brethren in these great affairs, I must acquaint you that I have received new dated letters from Northumberland, their cold intent, tenure, and substance thus. Here doth he wish his person with such powers as might hold certaince with his quality, which he could not levy. Whereupon he is retired to ripe his growing fortunes to Scotland, and concludes in hearty prayers that your attempts may overlive the hazard and fearful meeting of their opposite.
Thus do the hopes we have in him touch ground and dash themselves to pieces.
Enter a messenger.
Now, what news?
West of this forest, scarcely off a mile, in goodly form come on the enemy, and by the ground they hide. I judge their number upon or near the rate of 30,000.
The just proportion that we gave them out. Let us sway on and face them in the field.
Enter Westmoreland.
What well-appointed leader fronts us here?
I think it is my lord of Westmoreland.
Health and fair greeting from our general, the Prince, Lord John, and the Duke of Lancaster.
Say on, my lord of Westmoreland, in peace. What doth concern your coming?
Then, my lord, unto your grace do I chief address the substance of my speech. If that rebellion came like itself in base and abject routs, led on by bloodied youth, guarded with rage and countenanced by boys and beggars, I say, if damned commotion so appears in his true native and proper shape, you, reverend father, and these noble lords have not been here to dress the godly forms of base and bloodied insurrection. With you, fair honors, your lord archbishop, whose see is by a chill peace maintained, whose beard the silver head of peace hath touched, whose learning and good letters peace hath tutored, whose white investments figure innocence, the dove and the very blessed spirit of peace, wherefore doth you ill translate yourself? Out of the speech of peace there bears such grace unto harsh and boisterous tongues of war, turning your books to gratuities and your intake to blood, your pennies to lances and your tongues to the fine, oh, to low trumpet and point of war.
Wherefore do I this? So the question stands, briefly to this end. We are all diseased, and with our surfeiting and wanton hours have brought ourselves into a burning fever, and we must bleed for it, of which disease our late King Richard, being infected, died. But my most noble lord of Westmoreland, I take not on me here as a physician, nor do I as an enemy to peace, troop in the throngs of military men, but rather show a while like fearful war, to diet rank minds, sick of happiness, and purge the obstructions which begin to stop our very veins of life. Hear me more plainly. I have in equal balance justly weighed what wrongs our arms may do, what wrongs we suffer, and find our griefs heavier than our offenses. We see which way the stream of time doth run, and are enforced from our most quiet there by the rough torrent of occasion, and have the summary of all our griefs, when time shall serve, to show in articles, which long ere this we offered to the king, and might by no suit gain our audience. When we are wronged, and would unfold our griefs, we are denied access unto his person, even by those men that most have done us wrong. The dangers of the days but newly gone, whose memory is written on the earth with yet appearing blood, and the examples of every minute's instance, present now, hath put us in these ill-beseeming arms, not to break peace or any branch of it, but to establish here A peace indeed, concurring both in name and quality.
Whenever yet your appeal denied, wherein have you been galled by the king? What peer hath been suborned to grate on you, that you should seal this lawless bloody brook, or forge rebellion with the steel divine?
My brother general, the Commonwealth, I make my quarrel in particular.
There is no need of any such redress, or if there were, it not belonged to you.
Why not to him in part, and to us all that feel the bruises of the days before, and suffer the condition of these times to lay a heavy and unequal hand upon our honours?
Oh, my good Lord Mowbray, construe the times and their necessities, and if you shall say, indeed, it is the true and not the king that doth your injuries, yet for your part, it does not appear to me, either from the king or in the present time, that you should have an inch of any ground to build a grief on. Were you not restored to all the Duke of Norfolk signatures, your noble and right well remembered father?
What thing in honour had my father lost that need to be revived and breathed in me? The king that loved him as the state stood then was perforce compelled to banish him. And then that Harry Bolingbroke and he being mounted, and both roused in their seats, their neighing coursers daring of the spur, their armoured staves in charge, their beavers down, their eyes of fire, sparkling through sights of steel, and a loud trumpet blowing them together. Then, when there was nothing could have stayed my father from the breast of Bolingbroke, oh, when the king did throw his warder down, his own life hung upon the staff he drew, then threw he down himself, and all their lives, that by indictment and by dint of sword have since miscarried under Bolingbroke.
You speak, Lord Mowbray. Now you know not what the Earl of Hereford will reputed them. In England, the most valiant gentleman, who knows on whom fortune would then have smiled. But if your father had been victor there, had he ne'er borne it out of Germany, for all the country in a general voice cried hate upon him, and all their prayers and love went on to Hereford, whom they doted on, and blessed and graced, and did more than the king. But this is mere digression from my purpose. Here come I from our princely general to know your griefs, to tell you from his grace that he will give you audience, and wherein it shall appear that your demands are just, you shall enjoy them. Everything is set off that might so much as think you enemies.
But he hath forced us to compel this offer, and it proceeds from policy, not love.
Mowbray, you are weaned to take it so. This offer comes from mercy, not from fear. For lo, within a ken our army lies, upon mine honor, all too confident to glue admittance to this thought of fear. Our battle is more full of names than yours, our men more perfect in the use of arms, our armor all strong, our cause the best. Then reason will, and our hearts should be as good. Say you not then our offer is compelled?
Well, by my will we shall admit no parley.
That argues but the shame of your offense. A rotten case abides no handling.
Hastings, page 92.
That's okay. Ask the Prince John a full commission in a very ample virtue of his father, to hear and absolutely determine of what conditions we shall stand upon.
That is indeed in the general name. I muse you make no slight of the question.
Then take, my lord of Westmoreland, this schedule, for this contains our general grievances, each several article herein redressed, all members of our cause, both here and hence, that are insinued to this action, acquitted by a true substantial form and present execution of our wills to us, and to our purposes confined, we come within our awful banks again, and knit our powers to the arm of peace.
This will I show the general, please you lords, in the sight of both our battles we many need, and at either end peace, which is heaven so frame, or to the place of difference called the swords, which must decide it.
My lord, we will do so.
There is a thing within my bosom tells me that no conditions of our peace can stand.
Fear you not, that if we can make our peace upon such large terms and so absolute as our condition shall consist upon, our peace shall stand as firm as rocky mountain.
Aye, but our valuation shall be such that every slight and false derived cause, yea, every idle, nice, and wanton reason shall to the king taste of this action. That where our royal faith martyrs in love, we shall be winnowed with so rough a wind that even our corn shall seem as light as chaff, and good from bad find no partition.
No, no, my lord. Note this. The king is weary of dainty and such picking grievances, for he hath found to end one doubt by death revives two greater in the errors of life, and therefore will he wipe his tables clean, and keep no telltale to his memory that may repeat, and history his loss to new remembrance. For full well he knows he cannot so precisely weed this land as his misdoubts present occasion. His foes are so enrooted with his friends that plucking to unfix an enemy, he doth unfasten so, and shake a friend, so that this land, like an offensive wife that hath outraged him on to offer strokes as he is striking, holds his infant up, and hangs resolved correction in the arm that was upreared to execution.
Besides, the king hath washed all his rods on late offenders, that he now doth lack the very instrument of chastisement, so that his power, like to a Bengalese lion, may offer but not hold.
'Tis very true, and therefore be assured, my good Lord Marshal, if we do now make our atonement well, our peace will, like a broken limb united, grow stronger for the breaking.
Be it so. Here is returned my lord of Westmoreland.
Westmoreland.
The prince is here at hand, pleases your lordship, to meet his grace, just distance between our armies.
Your grace of York, in heaven's name then, forward.
Before, and greet his grace, my lord. We come.
Enter Prince John. You're muted still, John.
You are well encountered here, my cousin Mowbray. Good day to you, gentle Lord Archbishop, and so to you, Lord Hastings, and to all. My Lord of York, it better showed with you when that your flock, assembled by the bell, encircled you to hear with reverence your exposition on the holy text, than now to see you here an Iron Man cheering a rout of rebels with your drum, turning the word to sword and life to death. The man that sits within the monarch's heart and ripens in the sunshine of his favor, would he abuse the countenance of the king? Alack, what mistress might he set abroach? In shadow of such greatness, with you, Lord Bishop, it is even so. Who hath not heard spoken how deep you are within the books of heaven? To us, the speaker in his parliament, to us, the imagined voice of heaven itself, the very opener and intelligencer between the grace, the sanctities of heaven and our dull workings. Oh, who shall believe but you must use the reverence of your place, employ the countenance and grace of heaven as a false favorite doth this prince's name, in deeds dishonorable? You have taken up under the counterfeited zeal of heaven the subjects of heaven's substitute, my father, and both against the peace of heaven and him have here upsworn them.
Good my lord of Lancashire, I'm not here against your father's peace, But, as I told my lord of Westmoreland, the time, misordered, doth in common sense crowd us and crush us to this monstrous form to hold our safety up. I sent your grace the parcels and particulars of our griefs, the which have been with scorn shoved from the court, whereon this Hydra son of war is born, whose dangerous eyes may well be charmed asleep with grant of our most just and right desires, and true obedience of this madness cured, stoop tamely to the foot of majesty.
If not, we ready are to try our fortunes to the last man.
And though we were here fall down, we have suppliers to second our attempt. If they miscarry theirs, they'll second them, and so successive the mission shall be born, and here from air shall hold this quarrel up, while England shall have generation.
You are too shallow, Hastings, much too shallow to sound the bottom of the after times.
Pleases your grace to answer them directly. How fare forth you doth like the article, their articles?
I like them all and do allow them well, and swear here by the honor of my blood, my father's purposes have been mistook, and some about him have too lavishly rested his meaning and authority. My lord, these griefs shall be with speed redressed. Upon my life they shall. If this may please you, discharge your powers unto their several counties, as we will ours. And here between the armies, let's bring together friendly and embrace, that all their eyes may bear their tokens home of our restored love and amity.
I take your princely word for these requestresses.
I give it you and will maintain my word, and thereupon I drink unto your grace.
Go, captain, and deliver to the army the news of peace. Let them have pay and part. I know it will please them. Hie thee, captain.
Exit.
To you, my noble lord of Westmoreland.
I pledge your grace, and if you knew what pains I have bestowed to breed this present peace, you would drink freely. But my love to you shall show itself more openly hereafter.
I do not doubt you.
I am glad of it. Health to my lord and gentle cousin Mowbray.
You wish me health in very happy season, for I am on the sudden something ill.
Against ill chances men are ever merry, but heaviness foreruns the good event.
Therefore be merry, cuz, since a sudden sorrow series to say thus, some good things come tomorrow.
Believe me, I am passing light in spirit.
So much the worse if your own rule be true.
Word of peace is rendered. Hark how they show.
This had been cheerful after victory.
A peace is of the nature of a conquest, for then both parties nobly are subdued, and neither party looser.
Go, my lord, and let our army be discharged too. And good my lord, so please you, let our trains march by us, so that we may peruse the men we should have coped withal.
Go, good Lord Hastings, and ere they be dismissed, let them march by.
I trust, lords, we shall lie tonight together.
Enter Westmoreland.
Now, cousin, wherefore stands our army still?
The leaders have charge for you to stand, will not go off until they hear you speak.
They know their duties.
Enter Hastings.
Our army is dispersed like youthful steers, and yoke they took their course. East, west, north, south, or like a school broke up. Each hurries towards his home and sporting place.
Good tidings, my Lord Hastings, for the which I doth attest thee, traitor of high treason, and you, Lord Archbishop, and you, Lord Mowbray, of captive treason, I attach you both.
Is this proceeding just and honorable?
Is your assembly so?
Will you thus break your faith?
Commanding none. I promise you redress of these same grievances whereof you did complain, which by mine honor I will perform with the most Christian care. But for you, rebels, look to taste the due meat for rebellion and such acts as yours. Most shallowly did you these armies commence, finally brought here and foolishly sent hence. Strike up our drums, pursue the scattered stray. Heaven, and not we, have safely fought today. Some guard these traitors to the block of death, treason's true bed, and yield her up of breath.
Exeunt. Enter Falstaff and Colville. What's your name, sir? Of what condition are you, and of what place, I pray?
I am a knight, sir, and my name is Colville of the Dale.
Well, then, Colville is your name, a knight is your degree, and your place, the Dale. Colville shall be your name, a traitor your decree, and the dungeon your place, a place deep enough, so shall you still be still Colville of the Dale.
Are not you Sir John Falstaff?
Good a man as he, sir, whoe'er I am. Do ye yield, sir, or shall I sweat for you? If I do sweat, they are the drops of thy lovers, and they weep for thy death. Therefore, rouse up fear and trembling, and do observance to my mercy.
I think you are Sir John Falstaff, and in that thought yield me.
I have a whole school of tongues in this belly of mine, and not a tongue of them all speaks any other word but my name. And I had but a belly of any indifferency, I were simply the most active fellow in Europe. My womb undoes me. Here comes our general. Enter Prince John and Westmoreland.
The heat is past. Follow no further now. Calm the powers, good cousin Westmoreland. Now, Falstaff, where have you been all this while? When everything is ended, then you come these tardy tricks of yours will, on my life, one time or other, break some gallows back.
I would be sorry, my lord, but it should be thus. I never knew yet, but rebuke and check was the reward of valor. Do you think me a swallow, an arrow, or a bullet? Have I, in my poor and old motion, the expedition of thought? I have speeded hither with the very extremest inch of possibility. I have foundered 90 and odd posts, and here, travel tainted as I am, I have, in my pure and immaculate valor, taken Sir John Colville of the Dale, a most furious knight and valorous enemy. But what of that? He saw me and yielded, that I may justly say, with the hook-nosed fellow of Rome, I came, saw, and overcame.
It was more of his courtesy than your deserving.
I know not. Here he is, and here I yield him. And I beseech your grace, let it be booked with the rest of this day's deeds, or I swear I will have it in a particular ballad, with mine own picture on the top of it. Colville kissing my foot, to the which course, if I be enforced, if you do not all show like gilt twopences to me and I in the clear sky of fame, or shine you as much as the full moon doth the cinders of the element, which show like pinheads to her, believe not the word of the noble. Therefore, let me have right, and let desert mount.
Mine's too heavy to mount.
Oh, let it shine then.
Mine's too thick to shine.
Well, let it do something, my good lord, that may do me good, and call it what you will.
Is thy name Colville?
It is, my lord.
A famous rebel art thou, Colville.
And a famous true subject took him.
I am, my lord, but as my betters are that led me hither, had they been ruled by me, you should have won them dearer than you have.
I know not how they sold themselves, but thou, like a kind fellow, gavest thyself away, and I thank thee for thee. Enter Westmoreland.
Have you left pursuit?
Westmoreland. Retreat is made and execution stayed.
Send Colville with his confederates to York, to present execution. Blunt, lead him hence, and see you guard him sure.
Exit with Colville.
And now dispatch you toward the court, my lords. I hear the king my father is sore sick. Our news shall go before us to his majesty, which, cousin, you shall bear to comfort him, and we with sober speed will follow you.
My lord, I beseech you, give me leave to go through Gloucestershire when you come to court. Stand, my good lord, pray, in your good report.
Very well, Falstaff. I in my condition shall speak better of you than you deserve.
Exit. Would you had but the wit. 'Twere better than your dukedom. Good faith, this same young sober-blooded boy doth not love me, nor a man cannot make him laugh. But that's no wonder. He drinks no wine. There's never any of these demure boys come to any proof, for thin drink doth so overcool their blood in making many fish meals that they fall into kind of male green sickness. And then when they marry, they get wenches. They are generally fools and cowards, which some of us should be too, but for inflammation. A good Sherris sack hath a twofold operation in it. It ascends me into the brain, dries me there, all the foolish and dull and cruddy vapors which environ it, makes it apprehensive, quick, forgative, full of nimble, fiery, and delectable shapes, which delivered o'er to the voice, the tongue, which is the birth, becomes excellent wit. The second property of your excellent Sherris is the warming of the blood, which before cold and settled left the liver white and pale, which is the badge of pusillanimity and cowardice. But the Sherris warms it and makes it course from the inwards to the parts extremis. It illuminateth the face, which, as a beacon, gives warning to all the rest of this little kingdom man to arm. And then the vital commoners and inland petty spirits muster me all to their captain, the heart, who great and puffed up with this retinue doth any deed of courage. And this valor comes of Sherris. So, that skill in a weapon is nothing without sack, for that sets it to work, and learning a mere hoard of gold kept by the devil till sack commences it and sets it in act and use. Hereof comes it, that Prince Harry is valiant, for the cold blood he did naturally inherit of his father, he hath, like lean, sterile, and bare land, manured, husbanded, and toiled, with excellent endeavor of drinking good and good store of fertile Sherris, that he has become very hot and valiant. If I had 1,000 sons, the first principle I would teach them should be to forswear thin potations and to addict themselves to sack. Enter Bardolph. How now, Bardolph?
The army is discharged all and gone.
Well, let them go. I'll through Gloucestershire, and there I will visit Master Robert Shallow, Esquire. I have him already tempering between my finger and my thumb, and shortly will I seal with him. Come away, exeunt, sine secunda. Enter King, Warwick, Clarence, Gloucester.
Now, lords, if heaven doth give successful end to this debate that bleedeth at our doors, we will our youth lead on to higher fields and draw new swords, but what are sanctified. Our navy is addressed, our power collected, our substitutes in absence well invested, and everything lies level to our wit. Only we want a little personal strength and pause us till these rebels now afoot come underneath the yoke of government.
Both which we doubt not, but your majesty shall soon enjoy.
Humphrey, my son of Gloucester, where is the prince your brother?
I think he's gone to hunt, my lord, at Windsor.
And how accompanied?
I do not know, my lord.
Is not his brother Thomas of Clarence with him?
No, my good lord. He is in presence here.
What would my lord and father?
Nothing but well to thee, Thomas of Clarence. How chance thou art not with the prince thy brother? He loves thee, and thou dost neglect him, Thomas. Thou hast a better place in his affection than all thy brothers. Cherish it, my boy, and noble offices thou mayst effect a mediation after I am dead between his greatness and my other brethren. Therefore omit him not. Blunt not his love, nor lose the good advantage of his grace by seeming cold or careless of his will. For he is gracious, if he be observed. He hath a tear for pity and a hand open as day for melting charity. Yet notwithstanding, being incensed, he splints, as humorous as winter, and as sudden as flaws congealed in the spring of day. His temper, therefore, must be well observed. Chide him for faults, and do it reverently when you perceive his blood inclined to mirth. But being moody, give him line and scope till that his passions, like a whale on ground, confound themselves with working. Learn this, Thomas, and thou shalt prove a shelter to thy friends, a hoop of gold to bind thy brothers in, that the united vessel of their blood, mingled with venom of suggestion, as force perforce the age will pour it in, shall never leak, though it do work as strong as aconitum or rash gunpowder.
I shall observe him with all care and love.
Why art thou not at Windsor with him, Thomas?
Well, he is not there today. He dines in London.
And how accompanied? Canst thou tell that?
With Poins and other his continual followers.
Most subject is the fattest soil to weeds, and he, the noble image of my youth, is overspread with them. Therefore my grief stretches itself beyond the hour of death. The blood weeps from my heart when I do shape in forms imaginary the unguided days and rotten times that you shall look upon when I am sleeping with my ancestors. For when his headstrong riot hath no curb, when rage and hot blood are his counselors, when means and lavish manners meet together, oh, with what wings shall his affections fly towards fronting peril and opposed decay?
My gracious lord, you look beyond him quite. The prince but studies his companions, like a strange tongue, wherein to gain the language 'tis needful that the most immodest word be looked upon and learned, which one attained, your highness knows, comes to no further use but to be known and hated. So, like gross terms, the prince will, in the performance of time, cast off his followers, and their memory shall be as a pattern or a measure, live by which his grace must meet the lives of others, turning past evils to advantages.
'Tis seldom when the bee doth leave her comb in the dead carrion. Who's here? Westmoreland.
We seem to have lost our Westmoreland, so I will say it. Health to my sovereign, and new happiness added to that I am to deliver. Prince John, your son, doth kiss your grace's hand. Mowbray, the bishop's Scroop, Hastings, and all are brought to the correction of your law. There is not now a rebel sword unsheathed, but peace puts forth her olive everywhere. The manner how this action hath been borne, here at more leisure may your highness read with every course in his particular.
O Westmoreland, thou art a summer bird, which ever in the haunch of winter sings the lifting up of day. Look, here's more news.
Enter Harcourt. Gideon, that's you, page 112.
From the enemies, heaven keep your... From enemies, heaven keep your majesty, and when they stand against you, may they fall. And as those that I am come to tell you of, the Earl Northumberland and the Lord Bardolph, with the great power of English and of Scott, are by Sheriff of Yorkshire overthrown. The manner and true order of the flight, the packet please you contained by far.
And wherefore should these good news make me sick? Will fortune never come with both hands full, but write her fair words still in foulest letters? She either gives a stomach and no food to the poor in health, or else a feast and takes away the stomach. Such are rich that have abundance and enjoy it not. I should rejoice now at this happy news, and now my sight fails, and my brain is giddy. Oh me, come near me, now I am much ill.
Comfort your majesty.
Oh, my royal father,
My sovereign lord, cheer up yourself. Look up.
be patient, princes. You do know these fits are with his majesty, his highness, very ordinary. Stand from him, give him air. He'll straight be well.
No,
No, he cannot long hold out. These pangs, the incessant care and labor of his mind doth wrought the mure that should confine it in, so thin that life looks through and will break out.
People fear me, for they do observe unfathered heirs and loathly births of nature. The seasons change their manners as the year had found some months asleep and leaped them over.
The river hath thrice flowed, no ebb between, and the old folk, time's doting chronicles say it did so a little time before that our great grandsire Edward sicked and died. Speak lower, princes, for the king recovers.
This apoplexy will certain be his end.
I pray you, take me up and bear me hence into some other chamber. Softly pray. Let there be no noise made, my gentle friends, unless some dull and favorable hand will whisper music to my weary spirit.
Call for the music in the other room.
Set me the crown upon my pillow here.
His eye is hollow, and he changes much. Less noise, less noise.
Henry, exit King Henry, enter Prince Henry.
Who saw the Duke of Clarence?
I am here, brother, full of heaviness.
How now? Reign within doors and none abroad? How doth the king?
Exceeding ill.
Heard he the good news yet? Tell it him.
He altered much upon the hearing it.
If he be sick with joy, he'll recover without physic.
Not so much noise, my lords. Sweet prince, speak low. The king your father's disposed to sleep. Let us withdraw into the other room. Will it please your grace to go along with us?
No. I will sit and watch here by the king. Why doth the crown lie there upon his pillow, being so troublesome a bedfellow? Oh, polished perturbation, golden care, that keeps the ports of slumber open wide to many a watchful night. Sleep with it now, yet not so sound and half so deeply sweet as he whose brow with homely biggin bound snores out the watch of night. O majesty, when thou dost pinch thy bearer, thou dost sit like a rich armor, worn in heat of day, that scaldest with safety. By his gates of breadth there lies a downy feather which stirs not. Did he suspire that light and weightless down must move? My gracious lord, my father, this sleep is sound indeed. This is a sleep that from this golden wriggle hath divorced so many English kings. Thy due from me is tears and heavy sorrows of blood, which nature, love, and filial tenderness shall, O dear father, pay thee plenteously. My due from thee is this imperial crown, which, as immediate from thy place and blood, derives itself to me. Lo, here it sits, which heaven shall guard and put the world's whole strength into one giant arm. It shall not force this lineal honor from me. This from thee will I to mine leave, as 'tis left to me.
Exit. Enter Warwick, Gloucester, Clarence.
Warwick, Gloucester, Clarence.
Does the king call? What would your majesty? How fares your grace?
Why did you leave me here alone, my lords?
We left the prince, my brother, here, my liege, who undertook to sit and watch by you.
The Prince of Wales? Where is he? Let me see him.
The door's open, he has gone this way.
He came not through the chamber where we stayed.
Where is the crown? Who took it from my pillow?
When we withdrew, my liege, we left it here.
The prince hath ta'en it hence. Go, seek him out. Is he so hasty that he doth suppose my sleep, my death? Find him, my lord of Warwick. Chide him hither. This part of his conjoins with my disease and helps to end me. See, sons, what things you are. How quickly nature falls into revolt when gold becomes her object. For this the foolish, over-careful fathers have broke their sleeps with thoughts, their brains with care, their bones with industry. For this they have engrossed and piled up the cankered heaps of strange achieved gold. For this they have been thoughtful to invest their sons with arts and martial exercises, when like the bee, culling from every flower the virtuous sweets, our thighs packed with wax, our mouths with honey, we bring it to the hive, and like the bees are murdered for our pains. This bitter taste yields his engrossments to the ending father. Now, where is he that will not stay so long till his friend's sickness hath determined me?
My lord, I found the prince in the next room, washing with kindly tears his gentle cheeks, with such a deep demeanor, in great sorrow, that tyranny which never quaffed but blood would by beholding him have washed his knife with gentle eye drops. He is coming hither.
But wherefore did he take away the crown? Lo, where he comes. Come hither to me, Harry. Depart the chamber, leave us here alone.
Exit others.
I never thought to hear you speak again.
Thy wish was father, Harry, to that thought. I stay too long by thee, I weary thee. Dost thou so hunger for my empty chair that thou wilt needs invest thee with mine honors before thy hour be ripe? O foolish youth, thou seekst the greatness that will overwhelm thee. Stay but a little, for my cloud of dignity is held from falling with so weak a wind that it will quickly drop. My day is dim. Thou hast stolen that which after some few hours were thine without offense. At my death thou hast sealed up my expectation. Thy life did manifest, thou lovedst me not. Thou wilt have me die assured of it. Thou hidest 1,000 daggers in thy thoughts, which thou hast whetted on thy stony heart to stab at half an hour of my life. What? Canst thou not forbear me half an hour? Then get thee gone, and dig my grave thyself, and bid the merry bells ring to thy ear that thou art crowned, not that I am dead. And all the tears that should bedew my hearse be drops of balm to sanctify thy head, only compound me with forgotten dust. Give that which gave thee life unto the worms. Pluck down my officers, break my decrees, for now a time is come to mock at form. Henry the Fifth is crowned. Up, vanity, down, royal state, all you sage counsellors hence. And to the English court assemble now from every region apes of idleness. Now, neighbor Confines, purge you of your scum. Have you a ruffian that will swear, drink, dance, revel the night, rob, murder, and commit the oldest sins, the newest kind of ways? Be happy, he will trouble you no more. England shall double gild his treble guilt. England shall give him office, honor, might, for the fifth Harry from curbed license plucks the muzzle of restraint, and the wild dog shall flesh his tooth in every innocent. Oh, my poor kingdom, sick with civil blows, when that my care could not withhold thy riots. What wilt thou do when riot is thy care? Oh, thou wilt be a wilderness again, peopled with wolves, thy old inhabitants.
Oh, pardon me, my liege. But for my tears, the most impediments unto my speech, I had forestalled this dear and deep rebuke, ere you with grief had spoke, and I had heard the course of it so far. There is your crown, and he that wears the crown immortally long guarded yours. If I affected more than as your honor and as your renown, let me no more from this obedience rise, which my most true and inward duteous spirit teacheth, this prostrate and exterior bending. Heaven witness with me, when I here came in and found no course of breath within your majesty, how cold it struck my heart. If I do feign, oh, let me in my present wildness die, and never live to show the incredulous world the noble change that I've purposed. Coming to look on you, thinking you dead, and dead almost, my liege, to think you were. I spake unto the crown as having sense, and thus upbraided it. The care on thee depending hath fed upon the body of my father. Therefore, thou best of gold, art worst of gold. Other, less fine in character, is more precious, preserving life in medicine potable. But thou, most fine, most honored, most renowned, hath eat the bearer up. Thus, my royal liege, accusing it, I put it on my head to try with it, as with an enemy that had before my face murdered my father. The quarrel of a true inheritor. But if it did infect my blood with joy, or swell my thoughts to any strain of pride, if any rebel or vain spirit of mine did with the least affection of a welcome give entertainment to the might of it, let heaven forever keep it from my head, and make me as the poorest vassal is, that doth with awe and terror kneel to it.
Oh, my son, heaven put it in thy mind to take it hence, that thou mightst join the more thy father's love, pleading so wisely in excuse of it. Come hither, Harry. Sit thou by my bed, and hear, I think, the very latest counsel that ever I shall breathe. God knows, my son, by what bypaths and indirect crooked ways I met this crown, and I myself know well how troublesome it sat upon my head. To thee it shall descend with better quiet, better opinion, better confirmation, for all the soil of the achievement goes with me and into the earth. It seemed in me but as an honor snatched with boisterous hands, and I had many living to upbraid my gain of it by their assistances, which daily grew to quarrel and to bloodshed, wounding supposed peace. All these bold fears, now seized with peril, I have answered. For all my reign hath been but as a scene acting that argument, and now my death changes the mood. For what in me was purchased falls upon thee in a more fairer sort. So thou the garland wearest successively, yet though thou standst more sure than I could do, thou art not firm enough, since griefs are green, and all thy friends, which thou must make thy friends, have but their stings and teeth newly taken out, by whose spell working I was first advanced, and by whose power I well might larger fear to be again displaced, which to avoid I cut them off, and have purpose now to lead out many to the Holy Land, lest rest and lying still might make them look too near unto my state. Therefore, my Harry, be it thy course to busy giddy minds with foreign quarrels, that action hence borne out may waste the memory of the former days. More would I, but my lungs are wasted so that strength of speech is utterly denied me. How I came by the crown, O heaven forgive, and grant it me with thee in true peace live.
My gracious liege, you won it, wore it, kept it, gave it me. Then plain and right must my possession be, which I with more than with a common pain gainst all the world will rightfully maintain.
Enter Lord John of Lancaster and Warwick.
Look, look, here comes my John of Lancaster.
Health, peace, and happiness to my royal father.
Thou bringest me happiness and peace, son John, but health, alack, with the youthful wings is flown from this bare withered trunk. Upon thy sight, my worldly business makes a period. Where is my Lord of Warwick?
My Lord of Warwick!
Doth any name particular belong unto the lodging where I first did swoon?
'Tis called Jerusalem, my noble lord.
Lord be to heaven, even there my life must end. It hath been prophesied to me many years, I should not die but in Jerusalem, which vainly I supposed the Holy Land, but bear me to that chamber. There I'll lie, in that Jerusalem shall Harry die.
Exeunt. Actus Quintus, Scena Prima. Enter Shallow, Silence, Falstaff, Bardolph, Page, and Davy.
By cock and pie, you shall not away tonight. What, Davy, I say?
You must excuse me, Master Robert Shallow.
I will not excuse you. You shall not be excused. Excuses shall not be admitted. There is no excuse shall serve. You shall not be excused. Why, Davy?
Yes, sir.
Davy, let me see. Davy, let me see. William Cook, bid him come hither. Sir John, you shall not be excused.
Marry, sir, those precepts cannot be served. And again, sir, shall we sow the headland with wheat?
What, with red wheat, Davy? But for William Cook, are there no young pigeons?
Yes, sir. Here is now the smith's note for shoeing and plough irons.
Oh, let it be cast and paid. Sir John, you shall not be excused.
Sir, a new link to the bucket must needs be had. And sir, do you mean to stop any of William's wages about the sack he lost the other day at Hinkley Fair?
He shall answer it. Some pigeons, Davy, a couple of short-legged hens, a joint of mutton, and any prittle-tine kickshaws. Tell William Cook.
Does the man of war stay all night, sir?
Yes, Davy. I will use him well. A friend of the court is better than a penny in purse. Use his men well, Davy, for they are arrant knaves and will backbite.
No worse than they are bitten, sir, for they have marvelous foul linen.
Well conceited, Davy. About thy business, Davy.
I beseech you, sir, to countenance William Visor of Woncott against Clement Perks of the Hill.
But there are many complaints, Davy, against that Visor. That Visor is an arrant knave, on my knowledge.
I grant your worship that he is a knave, sir. But yet heaven forbid, sir, but a knave should have some countenance at his friend's request. An honest man, sir, is able to speak for himself when a knave is not. I have served and worshipped truly, sir, these 8 years, and if I cannot, once or twice in a quarter, bear out a knave against an honest man, I have but a very little credit with your worship. The knave is mine honest friend, sir. Therefore I beseech your worship, let him be countenanced.
Go to, I say he shall have no wrong. Look about, Davy. Where are you, Sir John? Come, off with your boots. Give me a hand, Mr. Bardolph.
We've lost our Bardolph. If Gideon, could you take that on?
Sure.
We're on page 128.
Where we are. Okay. I am glad to see you, your worship.
Oh, I thank you with all my heart, kind Master Bardolph, and welcome, my tall fellow. Come, Sir John.
I'll follow you, good Master Robert Shallow. Bardolph, look to our horses. If I were sawed into quantities, I should make 4 dozen of such bearded hermite staves as Master Shallow. It is a wonderful thing to see the semblable coherence of his men's spirits and his. They, by observing of him, do bear themselves like foolish justices. He, by conversing with them, is turned into a justice like serving men. Their spirits are so married in conjunction with the participation of society that they flock together in consent like so many wild geese. If I had a suit to Master Shallow, I would humor his men with the imputation of being near their master. If to his men, I would curry with Master Shallow that no man could better command his servants. It is certain that either wise bearing or ignorant carriage is caught as men take diseases one of another. Therefore, let men take heed of their company. I will devise matter enough out of this Shallow to keep Prince Harry in continual laughter, the wearing out of 6 fashions, which is 4 terms, or 2 actions, and he shall laugh with intervallums. Oh, it is much that a lie with a slight oath and a jest with a sad brow will do with a fellow that never had the ache in his shoulders. Oh, you shall see him laugh till his face be like a wet cloak, ill laid up.
Sir John.
I come, Master Shallow. I come, Master Shallow. Exeunt, Scena Secunda. Enter the Earl of Warwick and the Lord Chief Justice. And Mary Lou was the one who was doing Lord Justice, and she's out. Angus, could you take up Lord Chief Justice here? Angus, are you there, or you? I know you just came off. So.
Gotcha. Yep.
Great.
How now, my Lord Chief Justice? Whither away?
How doth the king?
Exceeding well. His cares are now all ended.
I hope not dead.
He's walked the way of nature, and to our purposes he lives no more.
I would his majesty had called me with him. The service that I truly did his life had left me open to all injuries.
Indeed, I think the young king loves you not.
No, he doth not, and do arm myself to welcome the condition of the time, which cannot look more hideously upon me than I have drawn it in my fantasy.
Editor John of Lancaster, Gloucester, and Clarence.
Here comes the heavy issue of dead Harry. Oh, that the living Harry had the temper of him, the worst of these 3 gentlemen. How many nobles then should hold their places that must strike sail to spirits of vile sort?
Alas, I fear all will be o'erturned.
Good morrow, cousin Warwick, good morrow.
Good morrow, cousin.
We meet like men that have forgot to speak.
Do remember, but our argument is all too heavy to admit much talk.
Well, peace be with him that made us heavy.
Peace be with us, lest we be heavier.
Oh, good my lord, you have lost a friend indeed, and I dare swear you borrow not that face of seeming sorrow. It is sure your own.
Though no man be assured what grace to find, you stand in coldest expectation. I'm sorry, which were otherwise.
Well, you must now speak Sir John Falstaff fair, which swims against your stream of quality.
Sweet princes, what I did in honor, led by the imperial conduct of my soul. and never shall you see that I will beg a ragged and forestalled remission. If troth and upright innocency fail me, I'll to the king my master that is dead, and tell him who hath sent me after him.
There comes the prince.
Good morrow, and heaven send your majesty.
This new and gorgeous garment, Majesty, sits not so easy on me as you think. Brothers, you mix your sadness with some fear. This is the English, not the Turkish court. Not Almura and Almura succeeds, but Harry. Yet be sad, good brothers, for to speak truth, it very well becomes you. Sorrow so royally in you appears, that I will deeply put the fashion on and wear it in my heart. Why then be sad? But entertain no more of it, good brothers, than a joint burden laid upon us all. For me, by heaven, I bid you be assured, I'll be your father, and your brother too. Let me but bear your love, I'll bear your cares. But weep that Harry's dead, and so will I. But Harry lives that shall convert those tears by number into hours of happiness.
We hope no other from your majesty.
You all look strangely on me, and you most. You are, I think, assured I love you not.
I am assured, if I be measured rightly, your majesty hath no just cause to hate me.
No. How might a prince of my great hopes forget so great indignities you laid on me? What? Rate, rebuke, and roughly sent to prison the immediate heir of England? Was this easy? May this be washed in Lethe and forgotten?
I then did use the person of your father. The image of his power lay then in me, and in the administration of his law I was busy for the Commonwealth. Your Highness pleased to forget my place, the majesty and power of law and justice, the image of the king that I presented, and strook me in my very seat of judgment, whereon, as an offender to your father, I gave bold way to my authority, and did commit you. If the deed were ill, be you contented, wearing now the garland, to have a son set your decrees at naught, to pluck down justice from your awful bench, to trip the course of law and blunt the sword that guards the peace and safety of your person? Nay, more, to spurn at your most royal image and mock your workings in a second body. Question your royal thoughts, make the case yours. Be now the father and propose a son. Hear your own dignity so much profaned. See your most dreadful laws so loosely slighted. Behold yourself so by a son disdained, and then imagine me, taking your part and in your power, soft silencing your son. After this cold considerance, sentence me. And as you are a king, speak in your state what I have done that misbecame my place, my person, or my liege's sovereignty.
You are right, Justice, and you weigh this well. Therefore, still bear the balance and the sword. And I do wish your honors may increase till you do live to see a son of mine offend you and obey you as I did. So shall I live to speak my father's words. Happy am I that have a man so bold that dares do justice on my proper son, and no less happy having such a son that would deliver up his greatness so into the hands of justice. You did commit me, for which I do commit into your hand the unstained sword that you have used to bear, with this remembrance, that you use the same with the like bold, just, and impartial spirit which you have done against me. there is my hand. You shall be as a father to my youth. My voice shall sound as you do prompt my ear. And I will stoop and humble my intents to your well-practiced, wise directions. And princes all, believe me, I beseech you. My father is gone wild into his grave, for in his tomb lie my affections. And with his spirits, sadly I survive to mock the expectation of the world, to frustrate prophecies, and to race out rotten opinion who hath writ me down after my seeming. The tide of blood in me hath proudly flowed in vanity till now. Now doth it turn and ebb back to the sea, where it shall mingle with the state of floods and flow henceforth in formal majesty. Now call we our high court of parliament, and let us choose such limbs of noble counsel that the great body of our state may go in equal rank with the best governed nation, that war or peace or both at once may be as things acquainted and familiar to us, in which you, Father, shall have foremost hand. Our coronation done, we will excite, as I before remembered, all our state and heaven, consigning to my good intents. No prince nor peer shall have just cause to say, heaven shorten Harry's happy life one day.
Exeunt. Scena tertia. Enter Falstaff, Shallow, Silence, Bardolph, Page, and laid her pistol.
Nay, you shall see mine orchard, where in an arbor we will eat last year's pippin of my own graffing with a dish of caraways, and so forth. Come, cousin Silence, and then to bed.
You have here a goodly dwelling and a rich.
Baron, beggars all, Sir John. Marry, good ale. Spread, Davy. Well said, Davy.
This Davy serves you for good uses. He is your serving man and your husband.
A good varlet, a very good varlet, Sir John. Oh, I have drunk too much sack at supper. A good varlet. Now, sit down. Come, cousin.
Sirrah, quoth I, we shall do nothing but eat and make good cheer and praise heaven for the merry year, when flesh is cheap and females dear and lusty lads roam here and there, so merrily and ever among so merrily.
Oh, there's a merry good heart, Master Silence. I'll give you a health for that anon.
Oh, good Master Bardolph, some wine, Davy.
Please, sir, sit. I'll be with you anon. Most sweet sir, sit. Master Page, good Master Page, sit. Put faith, what you want in meat, we'll have and drink. But you bear the heart's awe.
Oh, be merry, Master Bardolph, and my little soldier there, be merry.
Be merry. My wife has all, for women are shrews both short and tall. 'Tis merry and whole where beards wag all, and welcome marry Shrovetide. Be merry.
I did not think Master Silence had been a man of this mettle.
Who I have been married twice or once ere now.
There's a dish of weathercocks for you.
Davy?
Your worship, I'll be with you straight. A cup of wine, sir?
A cup of wine that's brisk and fine, and drink unto the lemon mine, and a merry heart lives longer.
Well said, Master Silence.
If we shall be merry, now comes in the sweet of the night.
Health and long life to you, Master Silence.
Fill the cup and let it come. I'll pledge you a mile to the bottom.
Honest Bardolph, welcome. If thou want'st anything, and wilt not call, but shrew thy heart. Welcome, my little time thief, and welcome indeed too. I'll drink to Master Bardolph and all the cavalieros about London.
I hope to see London once ere I die.
If I might see you there, Davy.
Oh, you'll crack a quart together, huh? Will you not, Master Bardolph?
Oh, yes, sir, in a puddle pot.
I thank thee. The knave will stick by thee, I can assure ye that. He will not doubt he is true bred.
And I'll stick by him, sir.
Why, there spoke a king. Lack nothing, be merry. Hey, look, who's at the door there? Ho! Who knocks?
Why, now you have done me right.
Do me right and dub me knights, amigo. Is it not so?
'Tis so.
It's so. Where they say an old man can do somewhat.
If it please your worship, there's one pistol come from the court with news.
Oh, from the court, let him come in. How now, pistol?
Save you, sir.
What wind blew you hither, pistol?
Not the ill wind which blows none to good, sweet knight. Thou art now one of the greatest men in the realm.
Indeed, I think he be, but Goodman Puff of Barson.
Puff, puff in thy teeth, most recreant coward base, Sir John. I am thy pistol and thy friend. Helter skelter have I rode to thee, and tidings do I bring, and lucky joys and golden times and happy news of price.
I prithee now, deliver them like a man of this world.
A putra for the world and worldlings based. I speak of Africa and golden joys.
Oh, base Assyrian knight, what is thy news? Let King Kovitha know the truth thereof.
Robin Hood, Scarlet, and John.
Shall dunghill curs confront the Helicons, and shall good news be baffled? Then, pistol, lay thy head in Fury's lap.
Honest gentlemen, I know not your breeding.
Why then lament therefore?
Oh, give me pardon, sir. If, sir, you come with news from the court, I take it there is but two ways, either to utter them or to conceal them. I am, sir, under the king in some authority.
Under which king? Bezonian, speak or die.
You under King Harry.
Harry the Fourth or Fifth?
Oh, Harry the Fourth.
A putra for thine office, Sir John. Thy tender lambkin now is king. Harry the Fifth's the man. I speak the truth. When pistol lies, do this, and pick me like the bragging Spaniard.
What? Is the old king dead?
As nail in door. The things I speak are just.
Away, Bardolph, saddle my horse. A master Robert Shallow, choose what office thou wilt in the land. 'Tis thine. Pistol, I will double charge thee with dignities. Oh, joyful day, I would not take a knighthood for my fortune.
What? I do bring good news.
Carry Master Silence to bed. Master Shallow, my Lord Shallow, be what thou wilt. I am Fortune's steward. Get on thy boots, we'll ride all night. Oh, sweet pistol. Away, Bardolph. Come, pistol, utter more to me, and withal devise something to do thyself good. Boots, boots, Master Shallow. I know the young king is sick for me. Let us take any man's horses. The laws of England are at my commandment. Happy are they which have been my friends, and woe unto my Lord Chief Justice.
Let vultures vile seize on his lungs also. Where is the life that late I led, say they? Why, here it is, welcome those pleasant days.
Exeunt. Scena quarta. Enter host, Hostess quickly, doll tear sheet, and beetles.
No, thou art knave. I would I might die, that I might have thee hanged. Thou hast drawn my shoulder out of joint.
The constables have delivered her over to me, and she shall have whipping cheer enough. I warrant her, there'th been a man or two lately killed about her.
Nuthook, you lie. Come on. I'll tell thee what, thou damned tripe's visaged rascal. If the child I go now with do miscarry, thou hadst better thou had struck my mother, thou paper-faced villain.
Oh, that Sir John would come. He would make this a bloody day to somebody, but I would the fruit of her womb might miscarry.
If it do, you shall have a dozen of cushions again. You have but 11 now. Come, I charge you both, go with me, for the man is dead that you and Pistol beat among you.
I'll tell thee what, thou thin man in a censer. I will have you a soundly winched for this, you blue-bottled rogue, you filthy, famished correctioner. If you be not swinged, I'll forswear half kittles.
Come, you she-knight errant, come.
Oh, that right should thus overcome might. Oh, well of sufferance comes ease.
Come, you rogue, come, bring me to justice.
Yes, come, you star bloodhound.
Good man, Death, good man, Bones.
Thou anatomy, thou.
Come, you thin thing. Come, you rascal.
Very well.
Exeunt, Scena Quinta. Enter 2 grooms.
More rushes, more rushes.
The trumpets have sounded twice.
It will be 2 o'clock ere they come from the coronation.
Exit groom. Enter Falstaff, Shallow, Pistol, Bardolph, and Page. Oh, stand here by me, Master Robert Shallow. I will make the king do you grace. I will leer upon him as he come by, and do but mark the countenance that he will give me.
Bless thy lungs, good knight.
Oh, come here, Pistol. Stand behind me. Oh, if I had time to have made new liveries, I would have bestowed the £1,000 I borrowed of you. But it is no matter. This poor show doth better. This doth infer the zeal I had to see him.
Oh, he does so.
It shows my earnestness in affection.
It doth so.
My devotion.
It doth.
As it were, to ride day and night, and not to deliberate, not to remember, nor to have patience to shift me.
It is most certain.
But to stand, stained with travel and sweating with desire to see him, thinking of nothing else, putting all affairs in oblivion as if there were nothing else to be done but to see him.
'Tis semper idem, for obsque hoc nihil is est. 'Tis all in every part.
'Tis so indeed.
Thy knight, I will inflame thy noble liver and make thee rage. Thy doll and Helen of thy noble thoughts is in base durance and contagious prison, haled thither by most mechanical and dirty hands. Rouse up vengeance from ebon den with fell electo snake, for doll is in. Pistol speaks naught but truth.
I will deliver her.
There roared the sea, and trumpet clangor sounds.
The trumpet sounds. Enter King Henry V, brothers, Lord Chief Justice. Save thy grace, King Hal, my royal Hal!
The heavens thee guard and keep, most royal imp of fame.
Save thee, my sweet boy!
My Lord Chief Justice, speak to that vain man.
Have you your wits? Know what is't you speak?
My king, my Jove, I speak to thee, my heart.
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. How ill do white hairs become a fool and jester. I have long dreamt of such a kind of man, so surfeit swelled, so old, so profane. But being awaked, I do despise my dream. Make less thy body hence, and more thy grace. Leave gormandizing. Know the grave doth gape for thee thrice wider than for other men. Reply not to me with a full-born jest. Presume not that I am the thing I was. For heaven doth know, so shall the world perceive, that I have turned away my former self. So shall I those that kept me company. When thou dost hear I am as I have been, approach me, and thou shalt be as thou wast, the tutor and feeder of my riots. Till then I banish thee on pain of death, as I have done the rest of my misleaders, not to come near our person by 10 mile. For competence of life, I will allow you. That lack of means enforce you not to evil. And as we hear you do reform yourselves, we will, according to your strength and qualities, give you advancement. Be it your charge, my lord, to see performed the tenor of our will. Set on!
Master Shallow, I owe you £1,000.
Ay, marry, Sir John, which I beseech you to let me have home with me.
That can hardly be, Master Shallow. Do not you grieve at this. I shall be sent for in private to him. Look you, he must seem thus to the world. Fear not your advancement. I will be the man yet that shall make you great.
Well, I cannot well perceive how, unless you should give me your doublet and stuff me out with straw. Well, I beseech you, good Sir John, let me have 500 of my 1,000.
Sir, I will be as good as my word. This that you heard was but a color.
A color I fear that you will die in, Sir John.
Fear no colors. Go with me to dinner. Come, Lieutenant Pistol, come, Bardolph. I shall be sent for soon at night.
Go carry Sir John Falstaff to the fleet. Take all his company with him.
My lord, my lord.
I cannot now speak. I will hear you soon. Take them away.
Si fortuna me tormento, spera me contento.
Exit. Mane Lancaster and Chief Justice.
Await this fair proceeding of the kings. He hath intent his wonted followers shall all be very well provided for. But all are banished, till their conversations appear more wise and modest to the world.
And so they are.
The king hath called his parliament, my lord.
He hath.
I will lay odds that ere this year expire, we bear our civil swords and native fire as far as France. I hear a bird so sing, whose music, to my thinking, please the king. Come, will you hence?
Exeunt. Fini. Epilogue. First my fear, then my curtsy, last my speech. My fear is your displeasure, my curtsy, my duty, and my speech to beg your pardons. If you look for a good speech now, you undo me, for what I have to say is of mine own making, and what indeed I should say will, I doubt, prove mine own marring. But to the purpose and to the venture, be it known to you, as it is very well, I was lately here in the end of a displeasing play, to pray your patience for it, and to promise you a better. I did mean indeed to pay you with this, which, if you, like an ill venture, it come unluckily home, I break, and you, my gentle creditors, lose. Here I promised you I would be, and here I commit my body to your mercies. Bate me some, and I will pay you some, and as most debtors do, promise you infinitely. If my tongue cannot entreat you to acquit me, will you command me to use my legs? And yet that were but light payment, to dance out of your debt. But a good conscience will make any possible satisfaction, and so will I. All the gentlewomen here have forgiven me. If the gentlemen will not, then the gentlemen do not agree with the gentlewoman, which was never seen before in such assembly. One word more, I humbly beseech you, if you be not too much cloyed with fat meat, our humble author will continue the story with Sir John in it, and make you merry with fair Catherine of France, where, for anything I know, Falstaff shall die of a sweat, unless already he be killed with your hard opinions. For Oldcastle died a martyr, and this is not the man. My tongue is weary when my legs are too. I will bid you good night, and so kneel down before you, but indeed to pray for the Queen. All righty then, thank you all. Everybody can come up now. Those who remain, thank you so much. We kind of lost Mary Lou. She'd emailed me. She had some problems, and so thank you for carrying on. This is also. What is that? That is background noise. Well, thank you all very much. A good job with this. As I said, we'll be doing this onto YouTube, which hopefully it will appear there. I just also want to let you guys know, I mean, thank you so much for doing this really great work. As you see, in terms of our audience, we're really not drawing that much of an audience. So I think it's possible that that we can still continue these readings, but I'm not sure if I need to maintain doing the Zoom webinar thing. And I'll just get the professional thing where it'll just be a meeting where everybody sort of just comes in as a meeting, and just the audience can come in, because you can still have up to 100 people that way, and just sort of turn off your video to see things. So just to let you know.
You're not going to record it as a YouTube thing?
Well, the thing is that the advantage of the webinar in terms of just having the panelists and attendees is a separate thing, is that you can then send it live onto YouTube or Facebook. But if I still keep the professional thing, then we can still have a meeting that goes on for the full length. I can record it and then put it up on YouTube. It's just to go up there live. But I mean, I think really the idea of having it sort of like a live YouTube feed is that if we had so many people who were interested, that we were going over the 100 people with Zoom, which, as you see, is not
probable.
Likely possibility anytime in the future.
Good old instant Shakespeare.
Perhaps when if I can persuade someone to tweet Antony and Cleopatra, perhaps we'll get some of your friends coming on to see other shows. Get the word out to them.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah. Hey, Angus, thank you so much.
I have grandkids to put to bed.
All right, thank you.
So long, Angus.
Angus, great having you here. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
How old are your grandkids?
8 and 11.
Wow.
The 5-year-old is already down.
That's great.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Guys.
Thanks,
An
Angus.
11-year-old is not going to bed.
And Jennifer.
I have an 11-year-old too.
So it's great that we can reach out, and of course a number of people from Brooklyn as well, Julie and Ken, people in Manhattan and other places. So,
bye.
Thank you all.
Dinner time. It's almost dinner time. Bye all. Bye. Okay.
Bye. I think it's interesting the way there aren't like, I mean, the only fight really you have is Fang and Snare trying to arrest Falstaff. And as opposed to like where you have in the end of Henry IV, you've got a big battle and the big climactic battle between Hotspur and Hal, but then the Archbishop just basically blows it in this one, and you don't even have much of a battle.
Well, there is a bit of a struggle between Mistress Quickly and Doll's Chair Sheet and the officer.
That's true. That's true. Yes. Most of the fightings are more sort of related to Mistress Quickly than to the actual wars that were going on.
Well, the main turn of the plot hinges on the rebels conveniently marching themselves away and allowing themselves to be arrested.
Yeah. Well, it's I mean, Prince John deceptive, I think, in the way he sort of does it, and they don't really know how to put it together. And Mowbray is sort of like, this doesn't. And I also love what's one of the things that's an interesting sort of consistent thing is if you feel well, something bad's going to happen, and if you feel bad, then something's good's going to happen. As the Archbishop says, "Oh, I feel so good after this," and then Mowbray's like, "Well, then by your own rules, and things are going to be bad," and he turns out he's right. And then all of this great news for King Henry that it's like, hey, the insurrection, the Civil War is over, and then he just like gets real sick and dies. So
yeah, I think the theme for part 2 is pretty much disease. That's basically stated in the in Falstaff's first speech, where he's talking about diseases. But he's just asked the page about his doctor's visit.
Do you think that it was fair for Henry to banish Ned Poins? I mean, I don't think he was.
It was the public awareness. He had to make his reformation public so that people would obey him.
Yeah, and from what we see in the actual evidence in Henry IV, Part 1 and 2, Poins is a much worse influence on Hal than Falstaff, as he gets him to go along to be part of the robbery.
That's
No,
true.
no, no. He convinces him to rob the thieves to teach Falstaff a lesson as a joke, but
Actually, it's not to teach him a lesson in anything. It's just to play a joke on him. It's not to teach him anything.
Well, I suppose he couldn't be expected to learn from it, but he should have. But the thing is that Falstaff wanted to get the prince to rob one of his own people, an English person, the prince of the heir to the throne, to rob one of his own citizens, which would have been intolerable. And Poins says, Henry is saying he's not going to do it, and Poins does not try to get him to do that. He says, we'll just rob Falstaff, which is fine.
Yeah, well, but Poins leads the prince along to doing various sorts of playing tricks on Falstaff. Like that's such a there's no way you can put Poins on a higher moral level than Falstaff. I'm sorry, I don't see it that way at all.
Mm-hmm. I think Falstaff deserved that trick, whereas the people who were being robbed at random, they did not deserve it.
Well,
okay, I guess Jacqueline's saying goodbye.
No, I want to ask a question. Ask a question. Can I ask a question? Yeah. Am I on?
Yes, you're on, Jackie.
Oh, okay. You know more of the plays. When they speak about Ursula, that isn't Mistress Quickly, is it? That's another woman he's asked to marry.
Probably.
Is it? They never say. That's what I thought. I think that's one of the reasons why she's pissed, because it seems that she knows that he's like fooling around after all the promises that he makes to her, and he takes everything. She's a sucker. She gives him everything anyway.
Yeah, plus,
but I never could find Ursula as somewhere in any what.
All the other women that he's been romancing, because remember it went that way in Merry Wives of Windsor.
Right. Yeah, no. So I am right. He said just cheating. He asked them all to marry him.
He's sponging off of them.
Yeah,
getting as much money as he can from them.
He just goes from woman to woman to woman, and he really has no intention of marrying anybody. He just sucks up whatever he can from each one, and then goes on to the next.
Do you think?
But she keeps him around with what the other woman? What's her name?
Doll Tershy?
Just went out of my head.
Tershy?
She keeps him around with her. Yeah. It's like that's her way of keeping that whole group together by using Doll Tershy. So they're all using each other.
Do you think about it's odd how desire keeps on long after performance is gone. Do you think that it's true that Falstaff is impotent?
Impotent.
I mean, just because they were joking that doesn't make it true.
Yeah,
Well, he says himself that I am old. I am old.
Well, he is old.
I know, but I think he realizes himself he's old and he's sick.
He dies later.
Yeah.
That's in Henry the Fifth. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, right. He dies. Yeah. Mistress Quickly.
Yeah, he doesn't make it into it.
Well, anyway, I thought it was fun. I enjoyed it. Everybody was great.
Yeah, and don't forget that
Thank
Mistress Quickly dies of the French malady.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's true. Which, of course, the French called the English malady,
or the Spanish malady.
Someone else for syphilis, but
right.
But yeah, I mean, and yeah, I think that Tony really made a good point in terms of how much disease is sort of a recurring sort of imagery of people dying. I mean, because with the king dying and all of these other things, and that is interesting, and it's also, I mean, it also makes you think. It's like, what if in part one, if Worcester had agreed to Henry's terms, do you think he would have treated them any differently than Prince John treated them?
Definitely not.
Yeah.
It's that old question of trust. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
Asking, what was that again that you were asking, Paul?
Well, I was going to ask in terms of how people feel. Some critics have talked about that Falstaff. I mean, that it's such a different Falstaff that you have from the two parts of Henry IV with the Merry Wives of Windsor. And I mean, although there are some differences, I think mostly that it's that. I mean, in this we are much more. The stakes are so much higher in terms of having to deal with battle and going into war, and he's really much more concerned with his mortality. And the other in Merry Wives, it's less that. But I mean, I think there's still, and he may not be as insightful in the Merry Wives about people as some of his things are in here, but it's the same sort of thing of where he is aware of how, I mean, his own issues, and just trying to do whatever he can to take advantage of them, and just has, and I mean, I think the reason why he's just such a great character is just the way he speaks and uses language and to really sort of make his point. And I mean, even it's like with the Lord Chief Justice, I mean, that you sort of see that the justice is almost kind of like, all right, you're just you just go at it so much that I'll just, okay, all right.
Well, they never know when they're going to die. I mean, they're fighting people, and they're always at war, and they're always at fight, and after a while they just like play with it.
Well, in war, I think the expectation.
They're knights. They always have to fight.
Everybody dies in war, and everyone thinks it's going to be somebody else who dies, and they're going to come back home safe.
Well, don't forget
that doesn't mean that they really believe that. They just hope.
Well, the odds
that's
usually.
And don't forget that Hotspur was more interested in gaining honor than in his own personal safety. I mean, he went into battle probably knowing that he would definitely lose, but in the doing it, he would gain undying honor, because honor was for the young men who went to war at that time. That was the main thing. That and ransoms.
Well, that's like the Greeks, all the Greek plays, like Hector and
exactly.
Whatever it is. When doesn't Hector get killed? And Troy, right? Hector ends up getting killed. He was a warrior, the famous warrior, and he gets killed by Troy.
Yeah, and in both Henry IV part. In both Henry IV Part 2 and Henry V, you have instances of trying to capture people for ransom. I mean, Falstaff captures Colville of the Dale, and he's probably hoping to get a fat ransom out of him. And in Henry V, Pistol catches Monsieur the Fair, but he won't get a ransom because King Henry orders that all the prisoners be killed. Both Pistol and Falstaff were in it for the money.
Yeah.
With Falstaff being happy to be paid off to to let his draftees go. And
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't want to feed. Well, one time they kept prisoners for gladiators and to fight each other for war, but he wants all the prisoners killed because I guess he doesn't
Henry
want to
the
feed them, or doesn't
Henry
want them
V got Henry V ordered the killings because of the massacre in his camp of all the children by the French soldiers.
of the
That made him so angry that he ordered all the French prisoners killed.
Yeah, and
good for him. Even though he was a bastard, that was good. One good point to get.
Those French prisoners were not the
No, I'm
people.
thinking Henry VIII. Right, Henry
Yeah,
V.
well,
What does that to do with it?
That he was killing people who weren't responsible for the atrocity.
They were still warriors who were responsible for trying to kill them. So, you know, it is sort of that. Actually, in terms of historically, I mean, the French do still kind of consider what he did at Agincourt a war crime in terms of executing the prisoners, because you generally didn't do that because you could get paid off. But the practical reason wasn't that he was so far outnumbered that if they tried to keep them as prisoners, they would probably have lost the battle. And so that's I think the real practical reason why they killed them. And the excuse of the boys being murdered is because also Henry V is like the best politician. You know, he really knows how to play the people. I mean, from the very first beginning of Henry IV Part 1, I know you all and will. I mean, that he knows, and that he's got a plan that he's going to be this reformed character when he becomes king, and he is, and he also knows how to play the king to his troops in Henry V far better than any other king in the plays.
Well, they talked a little about it.
So,
well, just because
was there ever any good kings? Was there one that was a really good king?
Just because Shakespeare wrote it that way, that his wasted youth was really calculating, doesn't mean that's what the truth was. If one is going to learn English history through
Don't go by Shakespeare's plays.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Shakespeare wrote to entertain. He didn't do it. He never did it as a history lesson.
And to glorify the kings that were the ancestors of the current ruler.
That way he could keep in favor.
yes, absolutely. And Justin, yeah, I mean, that sort of idea, and that also the sort of economic need that so many of these characters are living under, which is for Falstaff one of his primary motivations is to be able to, he always owes money. He's always trying to borrow money from other people. I mean, whether it's Robert Shallow or the women.
And Prince Hal says that he's paid off a lot of money on Falstaff's behalf.
Yeah.
In part 1, he says that have you called her to a reckoning? And says, yes, so far as my coin would stretch, and where it has not, I've used my credit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, they're always drunk and they're always buying drinks for everybody, and they probably always have women, and they're always, giving women money and throwing their money away on things. So
well, the question is, does anybody really believe that Falstaff paid for any of his own debauches?
I don't think so.
Exactly.
I think there's something in him that makes women, they're all, Mistress Quickly, they're all hostesses. I imagine that, like I said, he keeps the knights and princes around. They're the one who pays a lot of the bills, even if he doesn't. He's an asset in these taverns. He brings people, he's big and broad and buoyant, and Hal keeps him around. He's a prince. You walk in and there's the prince. You have a tavern with a prince there, and the king's people come. It's a big thing. It's power.
I don't think any of the king's people came around to those taverns.
No, but I know, but Hal's buddies come around to those. And
Hal's buddies at the times were the lower classes. None of the upper class echelon would ever be seen dead in East Cheap taverns.
That's a prince. The upper class still, if you've got a prince that no matter how low the buddies are,
they'll have a drink, you know.
I mean,
They'll butter it up, right? Low or high, they'll kind of, you know, it's a
But
king.
I mean, the whole point is the higher class, you are in your house and you have a wine steward to bring you your wine or get whatever you want. I mean, there's a different thing for the
right.
the taverns were much, I mean, it really was much more for the lower class.
They were called stews for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did
Called what?
Stews.
Oh. But they were more fun, you know. The women.
They were
easier.
they were disgusting. They were disease-ridden.
They could have been diseased in the king's court too, you know. They all.
At least they were more discreet about it in the king's court than they were down in the
But
street
you still
level.
catch a disease if somebody was sleeping around with somebody who, you know, those.
Yeah.
Well, there was a lot of sifting with the rich.
Yeah. Well, and you could also say that as a king, that King Henry is already stealing from everybody in the country through taxes and through imposing his will on the people. So there's an argument, but Falstaff isn't doing it for that. Falstaff's just doing it for him to survive. And I think when he got the money from like the from the people who bought out their service, I think he probably spent that or paid off some loans. You know, I don't think that everything he got was entirely, well, I mean, he didn't have any income. So, and how was he going to get money other than by sponging off people? So.
But as a knight, he would have an income. It's just that he overspent. He had to have an income. If he fought for the king, they paid. The Knights of the Round Table had to be paid.
No. Well, I mean,
they certainly weren't working for nothing.
The Knights of the Round Table were an entirely different time period. You can't really compare that to the time period of Henry IV.
But he's still a knight. He's still considered
a knight. A knight at the time of King Arthur was completely different. They had more lands. They had more serfs to work the land. The time of Henry IV was completely different. You can't really compare the two.
So you worked for the king and you weren't paid if you were like ruling the army. You're a knight who brought men around to fight for him.
No,
my understanding is generally if somebody had enough money, they would then and wanted to become a knight. I mean, it would usually be that they would already have some sort of money to do it, or you could become a knight by doing something valorous in battle. But from what we hear from Shallow, it doesn't seem like Falstaff came from any family. He was a squire to the Duke of Norfolk. So I mean, the knight doesn't necessarily give you money, just like even people who get knighted today, they don't get any sort of payment from the crown. They just sort of get the honor of being that. I mean, there can be certain sorts of things that the crown can then dispense to knights, but there's no sort of that every knight gets paid. So anyways,
the honor.
Yeah. Well, that's why honor was important, and even to like Francis Feeble, who doesn't want to buy out his service because he's eager to go and gain some honor. But
he's feeble-minded.
He's not feeble-minded. He's a tailor. He's not mentally unfit.
Well, why is he named?
That's his name because he's probably physically feeble-looking.
Yes.
Physically, not mentally.
Yes, I agree with Tony there. But anyways, thank you so much. It's after 5 o'clock now, so I think we should wrap this up.
Okay. Have a good weekend.
All right.
Happy Father's Day, fathers. Happy Father's Day to fathers.
Thank you.
Bye.
And yeah, so next week we'll have things, and if people have ideas of what they want to do in July, or just send me emails as I'll work out the schedule for that. And thank you all very much.
Oh, by the way, Eleanor, have you been able to see any of the stuff that I've been sending you?
I just downloaded it. I have not.
You're getting a couple more.
Yes.
Yes. Well, the English Shakespeare Company and Henry IV Part 1 and Henry V. I couldn't find their Henry IV Part 2.
Tony.
Yes.
Tony, you said the one thing that you couldn't get was King Lear from Stratford. And this is the King Lear with who?
With which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the one with Paul
One that-
Scofield?
You said that there was one King Lear that you couldn't get.
You mean the Stratford Shakespeare Festival in Canada?
Yes, I think
Well,
that's what you meant.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's not streaming anymore, so I can't get it. They took it off after a week.
Okay.
And that was their very first streaming. So that was back in, I think, around March or so.
There are quite a few Lears that I'd love to see if they are available.
Most of them are available on DVD.
One is with Simon Russell Beale.
How is it that you are able to record these streamings?
I download them after they've been streamed live. I merely copy the URL address, and I have the freemake.com downloading software.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but that doesn't work on a Mac, right? It's just that
I don't know if it works on a Mac or not. I only have a PC.
Okay. Yeah, because I was looking into that, and I think there may be other Mac things, but
there are quite a few other free video download software available. You just have to look and find out which ones are good for Macs.
Yeah.
And it's not piracy of any sort.
If you're not selling it to anybody, it's not considered piracy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, for personal use.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have the right to do it for that. I mean, because just as like, I mean, it's yeah, but you can't like get together and get a bunch of people to watch it and charge them money.
Exactly. That way you would be on the windy side of the law as.
Okay. I'm glad you told me that, because when I told Teller the good news that I was actually going to be able to see his production, that he had personally given me a DVD.
The DVD, I know you told me.
That I couldn't play. He was very, he was saying it was piracy, and I said, well, I don't know that it is. But I know that since I have a copy of the DVD, I have legal right to do it.
You don't have the legal right to copy it.
No, but for my personal use, I have the right.
I know, but you can watch it, but you're not allowed to copy it for any reasons. Copying a DVD for any reason is considered piracy.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, this is an online thing, and so yeah, and it is. I mean, I can understand where he's upset about that, because I mean, as an artist, I mean, we don't want to. I mean, yeah, but it's sort of like, if you weren't going to buy it anyways, I mean, then what's the harm of just watching it?
Well, he was a bit. Well, I think that the person who did it, who's still alive, should have some say in the matter. So I'm going to reply to him that for personal use without profit, it is not piracy.
Well, that's our opinion, which is
that's right.
Lawyers. So I mean, actually, in terms of if that were, I mean, you really don't know. I mean, that makes sense to me. And as long as you're doing it in a way that's not that's not for other than your own personal use. But
for further clarification, always watch those warnings at the beginning of almost every DVD that's sold.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That'll tell you the exact law.
Well, I wanted to defend your honor. So I am going to do so.
Okay, well, he may have a different opinion, and these are the sorts of things, but it is also, I mean, I think it's useful for people who are creators to also be aware that with technology, things have changed so incredibly, you know, that you can now, see something online and then download it, and then that does, I mean, give something that then somebody could sell it. Like if Tony were selling it